Chapter 4402. In the blink of an eye. More than 10 days passed. Qin Feiyang stood on the mountain peak and scanned the surrounding sea area. Since the day before yesterday, the number of sea beasts that came to Serene King Island had decreased. Yesterday, only a few dozen sea beasts came. Obviously, almost all the sea beasts that grasped the ultimate profound had arrived. After waiting for an entire morning, only 2 sea beasts came. This meant that those that should come had all arrived. It was time to reel in the net. "Senior brother, are you ready?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "I've long been ready." Madman's voice rang in his mind. One day outside was equivalent to 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. It had been almost 20 days since they arrived at Serene King Island. It had been almost 100,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. No matter how much evil force there was, it had been absorbed clean. "All right, why didn't you say anything?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hee. Isn't this fusing the ultimate profound? Madman bared his teeth. "All right, hurry up and get ready. Call the white-eyed wolf and come out together. Also, get the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Long Chen, and Long Qin to get ready too." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "How many came?" Madman was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "According to my observation, there are about 220,000 sea beasts gathered on Serene King Island." 220,000? Madman was stunned. It was indeed similar to what the Serene King said. He then asked excitedly, "How's the quality?" "Quality?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "It's the number of ultimate profound." Madman explained. These days, I have been paying attention to these sea beasts. I guess that more than half of them have grasped one ultimate profound. There should be about 20,000 sea beasts grasping 2 ultimate profound. There should be more than 3,000 sea beasts grasping 3 ultimate profound. There should be about 500 to 600 sea beasts grasping 4 ultimate profound. As for the sea beasts that have mastered 5 ultimate profound meanings, I think there are only 70 or 80 of them. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "This is also quite scary." Madman was shocked to the extreme. "It's really scary. As long as we obtain the ultimate secrets of these sea beasts, we might be able to create a team that can contend against the Death God army." Qin Feiyang thought. "Okay, wait for me. I'll inform Long Chen and the others right away." After the madman finished speaking, he immediately came out of seclusion. This matter concerned their future. They could only succeed and not fail. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Then, he also rose into the air and flew away from the island. What is this Lord General going to do? On the island below, many sea beasts noticed Qin Feiyang, and their faces were filled with confusion. These days, news of Qin Feiyang's newly promoted battle general had spread long ago. Therefore, when they looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes were filled with reverence. A moment later, Qin Feiyang left Ghost King Island and entered a desolate island. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Feiyang's mind moved and 3,000 incarnations appeared. He asked, "You know what to do, right?" "Yes." The 3,000 incarnations chuckled and activated their concealment technique before disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang also took out a facial restoration pill and restored his true appearance. Now, there was no need to hide anymore. Swish. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the madman, white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin appeared beside him. "No need to hide anymore?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang had restored his true appearance, the madman asked in surprise. "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Haha, then let's do it." The madman and white-eyed wolf looked at each other and laughed. A group of bandits. Long Qin secretly despised them. To encounter these guys, the sea beasts of the Taboo Ocean were really unlucky. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and once again rushed towards the Serene King Island without concealing his aura. The white-eyed wolf's group of 3 followed closely behind. Rumble, as they approached the Serene King Island, the terrifying aura of the 4 surged over and enveloped the entire island. This aura, all the sea beasts on the island immediately raised their heads and looked over. The Serene King, Dong Dayuan, and a group of generals also walked out from the main hall. The old woman and the others were no exception. With a whoosh, they rushed out from the pavilion and landed beside the Serene King. Looking at the void outside the island, their expressions were extremely solemn. Swish! Billowing waves crazily rushed towards the Serene King Island, covering the sky and the sun. 4 figures stepped on the waves and came over. Wherever they went, the void collapsed and the sky trembled. At first glance, it was like the birth of a wild beast. Quickly look. There seems to be 4 figures. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone looked over and there were indeed 4 figures. To be able to cause a tsunami and collapse the void, the strength of these 4 must not be weak. It's them. Qin Feiyang. Very soon. These 4 figures clearly entered their line of sight. Their expressions changed drastically and they panicked. Especially the old woman and the others, their faces were pale and their bodies could not help but tremble. These few people had finally found their way to the Serene King Island. Boom! Qin Feiyang's group of 4 stepped into the Serene King Island. The powerful aura caused even this boundless island to shake violently. Mountains and rivers collapsed crazily. It was like a scene of doomsday. All of you actually came to the Serene King Island to hide. You really know how to hide. The white-eyed wolf scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on the old woman and the others beside the Serene King. His eyes were full of ridicule. The 10 of them panicked. The hook-nosed man mustered up his courage and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. A mouthful of saliva from each of us can drown them." Don't say that. This sentence was really effective. All the sea beasts gathered together and a powerful aura rolled out, constantly colliding with the aura of Qin Feiyang's group. 220,000 sea beasts, and all of them had mastered the ultimate esoteric law. This aura was also very scary. Serene King, isn't this what we have been waiting for? Hurry up and give the order. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill them. As long as we can kill them, when I return to the Central Dynasty, I will definitely ask the Emperor for a reward for you. The old woman turned her head to look at the Serene King and said. She was actually thinking of a reward. She was a little naive. However, the Serene King was indifferent. What's going on? Serene King, what are you doing? Hurry up and give the order. The 10 of them urged. But the Serene King still did not move. The madman looked at the 10 of them and said playfully, "Your words are useless. You need us to speak." Speaking of this, the madman's eyes flashed with killing intent and he shouted, "Cripple them." Boom! The Serene King, Dong Dayuan, and a group of warlords suddenly launched a surprise attack. The old woman and the others did not expect this scene and were caught off guard. Their bodies were shattered on the spot. Moreover, the Serene King made a move and quickly suppressed the divine souls of the 10. "What are you doing?" The divine souls of the 10 roared. They never thought that these people would attack them from behind. The 220,000 sea beasts also looked at the Serene King and the others in surprise. "Haha, how is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Also, don't you feel that something is missing now?" "What is missing?" Everyone looked around. Nothing was missing, right? But suddenly, an old man's eyes trembled and shouted, "It seems that there are 3 warlords missing." Yes, yes, yes. Of the 4 newly promoted warlords, only 1 is here now. Where are the other 3? Could it be that they have been killed? That can't be right. These days, there has been no battle on the Serene King Island. Everyone was bewildered. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. The hope that you have placed on is actually making you more desperate. Serene King, bring their divine souls here. The white-eyed wolf said. At that moment, the Serene King, Dong Dayuan, and a group of warlords flew in front of Qin Feiyang one after another. What's going on? The 220,000 sea beasts were stunned. Why did the Serene King and a group of warlords obediently fly over when the golden-winged Wolf King gave an order? The divine souls of the old woman and the others who were suppressed were also full of surprise. Still don't understand. Qin Feiyang looked at the old woman and the others and said with a smile, "Do you still remember what you said to me when you first came to the Serene King Island?" You told me to recognize my identity and not ask what I shouldn't ask. When the 10 heard this, they pondered for a moment and their eyes suddenly trembled. They looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Chapter 4403. Looking at their expressions, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face became even wider. Their bodies were shattered and their divine souls were sealed. Now, even if they wanted to self-destruct, they wouldn't have the chance to do so. Impossible. All of this must be an illusion. The hook-nosed man shook his head. Don't doubt it, be brave. The person you were talking about was me, Qin Feiyang said. No. The hook-nosed man roared. Because if the person who brought them to the attic was really Qin Feiyang, wouldn't it mean that everything was a trap set by Qin Feiyang? He couldn't believe it. You dare to say this to old Qin? I really don't know where you borrowed your courage from. The frenzied one and the white-eyed wolf also laughed. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and handed it to Dong Dayuan with a smile. Let them see your true appearance. Dong Dayuan nodded and took the facial restoration pill. His appearance immediately began to change. The 10 of them stared at Dong Dayuan. The moment Dong Dayuan regained his true appearance, the 10 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. They didn't recognize the others, but Dong Dayuan was their companion, their clansman. Even if he turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. There's one more thing. If I say it, it might make you collapse. Qin Feiyang smiled. What is it? The 10 of them were nervous. Dong Yi, Qin Feiyang chuckled. Dong Yi. The 10 of them were shocked and suddenly felt uneasy. You should be looking forward to meeting Dong Yi. Because Yu Hui and Minute Hong are in his hands. And your mission this time is to bring them back to the central dynasty. Before Qin Feiyang finished, the old woman shouted, What are you trying to say? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, so anxious. Well, I'll tell you. In fact, what I want to say is that Dong Yi has already fallen into our hands. What? Hearing these words, the 10 people's divine souls were about to collapse. The king of the underworld also knows about this, but why didn't he tell you? It's all for the sake of luring you all to Serene King Island. Because once you find out about this, you will definitely choose to self-destruct without hesitation. Furthermore, I deliberately said that there would be an opportunity to kill us in order to appease you all. Qin Feiyang smiled. King of the underworld, are you seeking death? How dare you betray the divine kingdom and collude with Qin Feiyang? The 10 of them immediately looked at the king of the underworld and the 30 generals and roared. However, the king of the underworld and the others remained indifferent. It seems that you still don't understand. The king of the underworld and a group of generals are also under our control. The so-called 4 great generals are actually me and my senior brother, the white-eyed wolf, Dong Dayuan. Qin Feiyang smiled. Their bodies and minds trembled. So this is a trap. Then why did you call us here? The 220,000 sea beasts felt their scalps go numb and asked. Of course, this is also a trap. Qin Feiyang smiled. Also a trap. Why are you doing this? What's in it for you? The group of sea beasts was puzzled. Of course. I need your ultimate law and ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang smiled. The 220,000 sea beasts were shocked when they heard this. Not only did he want to fight the 10 of them from the central dynasty, but he also wanted to snatch their ultimate profound. Run! Someone roared and the 220,000 sea beasts immediately turned into frightened birds and fled in all directions. Even the king of the underworld and a group of generals were already under Qin Feiyang's control. What else could they do? I've carefully set up this trap. Now that there's only one step left, how can I let you all escape? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Boom. Along with the terrifying auras burst out from all directions of Serene King Island. Immediately after, one figure after another walked out of the void. They were the 3,000 clones that had disappeared after activating the concealment technique. 3,000 clones. Seeing the appearance of the 3,000 clones, whether it was the old woman or the 220,000 sea beasts, they were all terrified. Now that the entire Serene King Island had become an inescapable net, it was impossible to escape. They had to defeat Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 clones. Everyone, don't just sit there and wait for death. Let's fight our way out. The hook-nosed man who was suppressed looked at the 220,000 sea beasts and roared. Yes. Kill our way out. We've painstakingly comprehended the ultimate law. We can't let them get away so easily. The 220,000 sea beasts roared. The power of law surged. In the void above, hundreds of thousands of ultimate law and ultimate profound appeared in an instant. Although there was no heavenly will, the divine aura that was emitted was extremely terrifying. A bunch of ants, how dare you act so rashly? The 3,000 clones laughed. Don't kill them, Qin Feiyang shouted. Understood. The 3,000 clones nodded. The time array activated. Under the feet of each clone, a time array appeared and flickered with divine light. Following that, the purple gold dragon soul appeared. The eye of heaven opened and began to copy the ultimate profound of these sea beasts. This was the benefit of mastering the time law. In the past, without the time law, Qin Feiyang could only go to the Black Tortoise world and borrow the time array when he opened the eye of heaven to copy the ultimate profound. But now, he could set up a time array anytime and anywhere, so there was no need to enter the Black Tortoise world. With the help of the time array, the eye of heaven instantly copied the 220,000 sea beasts' ultimate profound. The 220,000 sea beasts were dumbfounded. This is the eye of heaven. This is too abnormal. It actually copied all of their ultimate profound. Madman grinned. It seems that we don't need to do anything. No. We can't be careless. We have to prevent them from self-destructing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Kill. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar, the ultimate profound of both sides collided. The void, land, and sea here turned into ashes on the spot. This won't do. They're too strong. Even if I die, I won't let you deprive me of my ultimate profound. Accompanied by a roar of despair, a destructive aura erupted. Obviously, some sea beasts chose to self-destruct. As long as one sea beast chose to self-destruct, the other sea beasts would follow suit. In an instant, countless destructive auras erupted. Haha, you guys never expected that these sea beasts would be so unafraid of death. You guys are very strong and can stop a portion of the sea beasts from self-destructing, but can you stop all the sea beasts from self-destructing? Your wishful thinking is destined to go down the drain. The old woman's 10 divine souls watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud in schadenfreude. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 of them in disdain. With a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. It was the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. Chapter 4404. Can you control the Lord and the others? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. None of them have mastered the will of the heavenly path. It's a small problem. The demon ancestor smiled confidently. The eye of despair opened at the same time. The 2 strongest battle souls instantly erupted with terrifying divine power. Some of the sea beasts fell into the abyss of despair, unable to extricate themselves. Mu Tianyang's eye of evil also opened. The eye of evil could control the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living things. It could also magnify the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living things. For example, greed, ambition, and desire. From there, it would achieve the goal of controlling the other party. Let's kill each other, Mu Tianyang roared. As his voice fell, the eyes of the other group of sea beasts turned blood red and they began to kill each other. At this moment, the desire, ambition, and greed in their hearts completely erupted. It was endless. Screams, roars, and angry roars. It was incessant. Now, their bodies and minds had been completely engulfed by desire, ambition, and greed. They had turned into crazy killing machines. This is the eye of evil and the eye of despair. The old woman and the others were dumbfounded. They could even easily control creatures that had mastered the ultimate ultimacy. It was too terrifying. It was simply a nightmarish existence. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Dong Dayuan. He pointed at the divine souls of the old woman and the others and ordered, "You watch over them." "Yes." Dong Dayuan replied respectfully. "Senior brother, White-Eyed Wolf, king of the underworld, let's do it quickly." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly again and leaped into the battlefield. Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, king of the underworld, the 30 generals, and the 3,000 avatars around them also pounced on the battlefield like hungry wolves. Their first targets were the sea beasts that were controlled by the Eye of Despair. Because these sea beasts had fallen into the abyss of despair, they did not even know how to resist. Therefore, killing them was as easy as blowing off dust. Accompanied by endless wails, the sea beasts fell one after another. Their physical bodies were all shattered. Only their divine souls were left. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Long Qin appeared. He said, Qin, you are responsible for suppressing their divine souls. Okay. Long Qin nodded. The power of laws surged out and formed a huge barrier. The souls of the sea beasts were suppressed within the barrier. So many. How many ultimate mysteries did he obtain? Looking at the sea beasts in front of him, Long Qin's face was full of shock. This was a massacre. Blood poured down like a waterfall, turning the sea into a sea of blood. The smell of blood was pungent. 100 breaths passed. The massacre had finally come to an end. The fiend ancestor and Mu Tianyang's Eye of Despair and Evil Eye also disappeared. Their bodies swayed slightly, as if they were exhausted. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously as he stepped forward to support them. It's too extreme. We can't take it anymore. Mu Tianyang shook his head. That's the limit. Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with an expert who has grasped the will of the heavenly Tao? Definitely. The stronger they are, the harder it is for us to control them. Moreover, the will of the heavenly Tao is the strongest will in the world. Once it merges with a living being, the other parties will also be strengthened. Our Eye of Despair and Evil Eye are targeted at the other party's will. If the other party's will is strong enough, it will naturally be more difficult to control them. Mu Tianyang said. I don't think so. The will of the heavenly Tao is very strong, but I still believe that man can conquer the heavens. As long as we don't give up and surrender, our will be more terrifying than the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, his words sonorous and powerful. Ha! Hearing this, the two looked at each other and laughed. More terrifying than the will of the heavenly Tao. What a domineering statement. At the same time, the White-Eyed Wolf and the others assisted Long Qin and suppressed the souls of all the sea beasts. How is it? Are there any casualties? Qin Feiyang asked. There are some casualties among the sea beasts controlled by the Evil Eye, but not many. I estimate that there are only a few hundred sea beasts that have been destroyed. Long Qin said. A few hundred sea beasts, it's quite a pity. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. However, this was unavoidable. Because the Evil Eye was different from the Eye of Despair. The Eye of Despair made the other party fall into the abyss of despair. As long as the other party was controlled by the Eye of Despair, it was equivalent to a puppet standing there for you to kill. Naturally, there would not be any casualties. But the Evil Eye controlled the other party's 7 emotions and 6 desires, magnifying their ambitions, desires, and greed. Whether it was humans or other living beings, as long as they were engulfed by their ambitions, desires, and greed, they would enter a state of madness and attack mercilessly. Naturally, casualties were unavoidable. Gradually, this place calmed down. The seawater rolled in and swallowed the original Ghost King Island. Does this mean we're done? The White-Eyed Wolf asked. Of course. Next, it's Long Chen's matter. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and turned to look at Long Qin. Take the souls of these sea beasts to the Black Tortoise world and hand them to your brother. At the same time, let Qiao Shui, Li Zhongsheng, and the old poison come out of seclusion to help. It's quite convenient for you to order me around now. Long Qin looked at him unhappily. Haha, don't be so polite since we're family, right? Qin Feiyang laughed. Whose family with you? Long Qin glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked at Dong Dayuan, king of the underworld, and the others, and said, enter the Black Tortoise world and let them strip all their ultimate mysteries. Dong Dayuan, king of the underworld, and the others heard this sentence, but they did not have any reaction. It was as if it had nothing to do with them. What about these 10 people? Madman glanced at the souls of the old woman and the others. The eyes of the 10 trembled as they hurriedly begged, "Don't strip us of our ultimate mysteries, we are from the Central Dynasty, you still want to threaten us?" Madman sneered. "No, no. What we want to say is that we are very valuable. As long as you let us go, we can be your informants." The 10 of them hurriedly explained. Informants. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, their faces full of ridicule. With the inner demons and Big Cousin as informants, did they still need other informants? Not at all. It was purely unnecessary. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, "Capturing them so hard, isn't it because you want their ultimate mysteries? Strip them all, and Dong Yi, it's useless to keep them. No, I beg you, let us go. We swear that we will be loyal to you and be your cattle and horses." The 10 of them begged again and again. Stripping them of their ultimate mysteries was more painful than killing them. They might as well die. But now, they even lost the right to die. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. With a wave of his hand, except for Madman and the white-eyed wolf, everyone was sent to the Black Tortoise world. I really didn't expect it to be so smooth. However, I really have to thank Mu Tianyang and Ancestor Demon. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded. It was easy to kill these sea beasts, but without the evil eye and eyes of despair, capturing these sea beasts alive was harder than ascending the heavens. Next, are we going to return to the 4 great continents? The white-eyed wolf asked. What else do you want to do? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The white-eyed wolf looked at the end of the sea and chuckled. I want to take a look at the entrance of the Central Dynasty and see what it is like. What's there to see? If I can enter the Central Dynasty, I will be very happy. Madman bared his teeth. Because as long as they entered the Central Dynasty, they could avoid fighting in the 4 great continents. This way, they wouldn't implicate the human race, god race, and purple gold divine dragon race. Most importantly, as long as they entered the Central Dynasty, they could find an opportunity to destroy the 10 teams of the Death God army one by one. In fact, the current situation was the same as when the Divine Kingdom invaded the Sky Cloud boundary. If they stayed in the 4 great continents, they would be in a passive state. Because they could only wait for the Central Dynasty to take the initiative to come to the 4 great continents. But if they could enter the Central Dynasty, they could take the initiative to attack. There is only one way to enter the Central Dynasty, and that is to find that mysterious youth. Because only the origin energy in his hands can destroy the origin energy between the Central Dynasty and the 4 great continents. But we don't even know where this guy is right now. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then should we ask the monarch, Divine King, and Ji Zun to help us find him? Madman suggested. That's the only way. Qin Feiyang nodded and glanced at the surrounding sea. He smiled and said, let's go back first. There are still 8 people from the second direct family waiting for us to deal with. On the way back, the 3 didn't even use the split time. It was very leisurely. Because of this, it took them almost half a month to walk out of the taboo ocean. Seeing the long-awaited sunlight, the 3 couldn't help but smile. From the time they entered the taboo ocean until now, it had been about 2 months. 2 months, 60 days. 300,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. 300,000 years, the sacred ground must have many disciples stepping into the Dominator realm. The white-eyed wolf couldn't wait and said, let's go to the Black Tortoise world and see how many ultimate mysteries we have obtained this time. In the half a month on the way back, 100,000 years had passed in the Black Tortoise world. He believed that Long Chen must have already robbed all the sea beasts of their ultimate mysteries. When they appeared in the Devil's Land. As expected, Long Chen had already gone into seclusion to fuse with his ultimate mysteries. Long Qin, Qiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, and the old poison were also in seclusion. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and sat in the tea garden. With a thought, Qiao Shui appeared in front of him. Sit down and talk. Qin Feiyang smiled and poured a cup of tea for Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui picked up the teacup and tasted it. Her posture was elegant and noble. Are you going to keep us in suspense again? The white-eyed wolf and madman were both holding a jug of wine. Seeing that Xiao Shui didn't speak for a long time, they immediately asked with displeasure. Ah! Xiao Shui looked at the two in surprise and said, "Why do you have to say it? Can't you let me keep you in suspense first?" The two rolled their eyes. Chapter 4405. Xiao Shui put down her teacup and said with a smile, "We've collected more than 254,000 ultimate laws this time." More than 254,000. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf stood up. Qin Feiyang's arm that was holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble slightly. More than 254,000 daos, that would be more than 42,000 daos. In other words, the ultimate laws they had collected this time could create more than 42,000 overlords with the will of heaven. Wasn't that equivalent to a few teams of the Death God army? Little Qin Zi, I think we'll have the strength to fight against the Death God army of the Central Dynasty if we can cultivate these overlords with the will of heaven. The white-eyed wolf said excitedly. Although there were more than 42,000 now, there were still 6,000 Dark Guards, Xia Yuan and the others, and the three races. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang, the king, Heavenly Lord Ji, the demon ancestor and boss Ji all had 3,000 incarnations. They were all overlords who could fight against 3,000 people. Especially Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor. One had the eye of heaven and the other had the eye of despair. And the mad scientist. The destructive power of the all-evil sword could also destroy an army of death gods. That's right, but we still need time. Besides, we don't know the exact situation of the death god army yet. We need to wait for the inner demons and cousin to find out more. Qin Feiyang said. I know. But I want to know that even if there's still a gap between us and the Central Dynasty, it's not that big. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't know when the inner demons and cousin would come back. He didn't dare to act rashly before figuring out the true strength of the Death God army. After all, it was too important. If he wasn't careful, the God race, the human race and the purple gold divine dragon race would be doomed. One had to know. The God race, the human race and the purple gold divine dragon race had many people. If his mistake really caused the three major races to fall into a desperate situation, he wouldn't be able to get over it. Wait. The white-eyed wolf calmed down and looked at Xiao Shui. There are a total of 220,000 sea beasts, and that's not including the ocean nether king and the others. How come we only obtained a little over 250,000 ultimate mysteries? That's because the majority of sea beasts only possess a single ultimate profound. For example, the sea beasts that have grasped 5 ultimate profound meanings. Although they have grasped many ultimate profound meanings, there are very few of them. According to my calculations, there are only 65 sea beasts that have grasped 5 ultimate profound meanings. It does look impressive, but if you count it carefully, you'll realize that the 65 sea beasts only have 300 ultimate mysteries of ultimate laws. Xiao Shui shook her head. You're right. The white-eyed wolf nodded. After all, there were too few sea beasts that had mastered 2, 3, 4, or even 5 ultimate profound meanings. Xiao Shui smiled and said, but at the same time, we also obtained several 100,000 ultimate profundities of ordinary laws. There are so many ultimate profundities in ordinary laws. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course. Ordinary laws are easier to comprehend than ultimate laws. Basically, every sea beast has grasped 1 or 2 ultimate laws. Can you imagine how many ultimate profundities of 220,000 sea beasts are added together? Xiao Shui said. The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and chuckled. This is a bonus. In the past, he only valued the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws and neglected the value of ordinary ultimate laws. Even if he took them away, he would only take away the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. But in fact, ordinary ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were also very valuable. Although they couldn't use them, they could send them to the divine treasury and let the beings of the Black Tortoise world fight for them with luck and strength. This way, other than the disciples of the sacred grounds, other beings could also gradually rise. Qin Feiyang looked at Xiao Shui and asked, Do you still have the ultimate law of light and darkness that the Netherworld King gave you? Of course. Without your permission, I won't give it to anyone who comes to me. Qiao Shui nodded. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, then he asked curiously, so, someone has already come to you for the ultimate law of light and darkness? They had a total of 8 ultimate laws of light and darkness. Among them, Qin Feiyang, the Frenzy, the White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, Long Chen, the Inner Demons, and Lu Jiajin each had one ultimate law. The last one was also taken by the Long Chen siblings. It should have been given to Long Zun. Now, the Netherworld King had the 9th ultimate law. They had to admit that although the ultimate law of light and darkness couldn't be compared to the ultimate law of life and death, it was really rare. Over the years, they had obtained more than 300,000 ultimate mysteries from other supreme laws. However, they only had 9 ultimate mysteries from the law of light and darkness. Yes. Like Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, Li Zhongxing, and the Old Poison. When they saw the ultimate law of light and darkness, they almost drooled. Qiao Shui shook her head and smiled bitterly. They really didn't know how to be content at all. If it weren't for the hard work of Qin Feiyang, the Frenzy, the White-Eyed Wolf, Long Chen, and Long Qin over the years, they would be grateful if they could comprehend 2 or 3 ultimate laws of light and darkness, let alone the will of heavens. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "It's understandable. After all, at this level, one more ultimate law of light and darkness would make a world of difference in strength. For example, a person who had 7 ultimate laws of light and darkness could completely crush a person who had 6 ultimate laws of light and darkness. Then, who do you plan to give this ultimate law of light and darkness to?" Qiao Shui asked. "Do you still need to ask?" "Of course, I'll give it to my wife." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Now, the adults had basically obtained enough ultimate laws of light and darkness to master the will of heavens. For example, Mu Tianyang and the others had even given them 8 ultimate laws of light and darkness. 8 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. This was already all the ultimate laws apart from the life and death laws and the light and darkness laws. So now, he had to take care of the people he cared about the most. And the Mermaid Princess was undoubtedly the person Qin Feiyang cared about the most. In a sense, there was no other. "Okay. I'll give it all to you now. You can make the arrangements yourself." Qiao Shui took out 2 interspatial rings. One contained ultimate laws of light and darkness, while the other contained ultimate laws of light and darkness. Qin Feiyang took the 2 interspatial rings and asked, "Where are the Underworld King, Dong Dayuan, Dong Yi, and the others now?" "They're all suppressed in Soul Sealing Valley. Long Chen has already removed his control over them. They're waiting for you to decide whether they live or die," Qiao Shui said. "What about Minute Hong and Yu Hui?" Qin Feiyang asked again. Qiao Shui smiled and said, "They're still imprisoned in the ancient castle's cultivation room." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Go into seclusion first." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. "Okay." Qiao Shui nodded. After drinking the tea in her cup, she got up and left. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. With a wave of his hand, Fire Lotus appeared beside him. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, Fire Lotus smiled and said, "You're returning with a full harvest from this taboo ocean. Do you admire us?" "Unfortunately, we're all taken men." White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. "Shameless." Fire Lotus looked at him with disdain. Qin Feiyang handed the 2 interspatial rings to Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "You can make the arrangements for the ultimate laws of light and darkness. However, these ultimate laws of light and darkness must be used on the disciples of the Saint Hall." "Understood." Fire Lotus nodded. Also, in the past, the 6,000 Dark Guards only gave them 6 inheritances. But now, we have extra inheritances, so we'll give them the remaining 2 inheritances. Qin Feiyang smiled. Apart from the law of light and darkness, 8 ultimate laws of light and darkness was already the limit. What about the others apart from the 6,000 Shadow Guards? Fire Lotus asked. Of course, they have to be given. Everyone in our Devil's Land will eventually have to master 8 ultimate profundities of the supreme laws. That includes you. Because the Devil's Land is the strongest holy land in our Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, Pei Hongyu, Pei Dason, don't forget that they have contributed a lot to our Black Tortoise world over the years. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I won't forget them. Because my feelings are the most obvious. If it weren't for their help, I might have been so busy that I wouldn't have had time to cultivate. Fire Lotus said. She didn't just admire the four of them, she was also grateful. They had shared a lot of her burden. No. Now, it could be said that the four of them were in charge of everything in the Black Tortoise world. As for her, she only needed to give orders, which was tantamount to being a hands-off manager. Qin Feiyang said again, also, there is an ultimate law of light and darkness in here. Help me pass it to your sister-in-law. Pass it to her? Qin Dage, I can guarantee you that she won't accept it. Because you know her personality. She has no desires and would rather pass this law of light and darkness to people like the demon ancestor who need it more. Fire Lotus said. That's your business. Qin Feiyang smiled. It was because he understood the mermaid princess's personality too well that he asked Fire Lotus to pass it to her. Okay. So you want me to be the lobbyist? Fire Lotus smiled helplessly and said, then you guys take your time talking. I'll go find your madam now. I promise to complete the task. With that, she turned and left quickly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, with a wave of his hand, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang appeared in front of him. When the two saw Qin Feiyang's group, their faces were filled with excitement. Obviously, they already knew about the 220,000 sea beasts' ultimate laws. It's been 200,000 to 300,000 years in the Black Tortoise world. There should be many disciples in the sacred land who have reached the Dominator realm now. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. There are already tens of thousands of disciples in the sacred land who have reached the Dominator realm. One is born almost every few days. However, we don't have many law miniatures left. Pai Lupi said. The law miniatures don't matter. The reason why we're using law miniatures to nurture them now is because time is tight. When we've nurtured enough Sacred Hall disciples to fight against the Death God army, it's best to let them comprehend the law miniatures themselves. Qin Feiyang said. You already know about the Sacred Hall? The two looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. What can be hidden from me about the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The two smiled embarrassedly. Originally, they wanted to give Qin Feiyang a surprise, but they didn't expect him to already know. Regarding the Sacred Hall, I want to reward you. You have a lot of ideas, but you can't be arrogant. Keep up the good work, the future depends on you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. The two bowed and answered. Then, they asked expectantly, what reward? Chapter 4406. What kind of reward do you want? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. This, the two lowered their heads and pondered. Right now, they had both strength and status. They felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. They really couldn't think of anything. What else did they lack? Madman looked at the two of them and joked, how about this, we'll give each of you a wife. Heh. The two of them looked at Madman with a stunned expression. Madman chuckled and said, you can be considered a promising young man now. It's time to find a woman and start a family. Promising young man? The two smiled bitterly. In the eyes of the Black Tortoise world, they were already old antiques. How could they be worthy of the word young man? But then again, right now, they really should think about this problem. At this age, they didn't even have a child. If they were to unfortunately die in battle one day, wouldn't they not have a successor? Thinking of this, the two of them looked at Madman and smiled. Boss Madman, do you have a suitable girl? Girl? At your age, you still want to ruin a little girl. Are you still human? Madman suddenly turned hostile and said angrily. The two of them were stunned. No. Didn't you say it yourself just now that we are all promising young men? You believe whatever I say. Madman grinned. The two of them were helpless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, about a girl, you should find one yourself. After all, we now believe in free love. Okay. But you have to promise us that you will be our witnesses in the future. Treat this as a reward for us. Pai Lupi chuckled. This is the reward you want? You're too unambitious. Qin Feiyang was speechless. But now, we really don't lack anything. It's all your fault. You gave us everything, making us lose the goal to strive for and the joy of life. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang bitterly. If it was in the past, they would definitely not dare to joke like this. But now, they were familiar with Qin Feiyang and were a lot bolder. So it's still my fault. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in astonishment. If it's not your fault, whose fault is it? The two of them bared their teeth. All right. Then I'll be wrong to the end. Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a smile, right now, all of you only have 6 ultimate profundities, right? Go find the fire lotus and take the remaining 2 inheritances. This way, you will be able to fuse 8 ultimate profundities. Really? The two of them were overjoyed. If you don't want it, I won't force you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Think about it. Thank you for your praise, Lord Ruler. We will continue to work hard and solve all your worries. The two of them nodded, then turned around and ran towards the Fire Lotus's courtyard. These two fellows are becoming more and more active. I can't find the restraint they had in the past. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. In front of us, there's still a sense of restraint. I think in this world, there is no master who is more reasonable and approachable than us. Madman said proudly. Low-key, low-key. White-eyed Wolf waved his hand, but his expression was also full of pride. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them echoing each other and couldn't help but find it funny. He asked, then tell me, how should we deal with the king of the underworld and the others? It doesn't matter. They have already lost their ultimate profundities. Even if we let them go, what can we do? Madman said proudly. That's right. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Let's not kill anymore. Who said that last time? To obtain the power of faith, it seems that we can't kill too much. White-eyed Wolf was suspicious. Speaking of the power of faith, we have done a lot of good things over the years. Why haven't I felt any power of faith until now? Qin Feiyang frowned. This should be something that can't be rushed. Anyway, our strength isn't weak now. Let's leave the power of faith to fate. Madman waved his hand. Qin Feiyang nodded, got up and appeared in the sky above Soul Ceiling Valley. Everyone was suppressed below. Looking at Qin Feiyang's appearance, whether it was Dong Yi and the others, or the sea beasts like the king of the underworld, their faces were full of resentment. Because now, Long Chen had removed his control over them, so they were full of resentment towards Qin Feiyang. Don't look at me like that. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. However, I won't kill you. After going out, you all have to take care of yourself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and everyone and all the sea beasts instantly disappeared without a trace. The originally crowded Soul Ceiling Valley also became empty. Only one person was left. This was Dong Qin. However, from the beginning to the end, Dong Qin didn't even look at Qin Feiyang. She was like a walking corpse. Qin Feiyang glanced at Dong Qin, didn't say anything, and directly turned around and left. Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Madman Mo, I swear, I will not let you go. And the king of the underworld. Just you wait, when my Central Dynasty army arrives, you all will die. Outside, above the sea. Dong Yi and the others roared again and again, their eyes full of resentment. What does it have to do with me? Aren't I the same as you all? The king of the underworld roared. That's right. You are the one who implicated us, and now you're blaming us? If you didn't come to the Taboo Ocean, would Qin Feiyang and the others enter the Taboo Ocean? If it weren't to help you, would we have been killed by them? You really don't know what's good for you. A group of war generals also glared at Dong Yi and the others. Who are you saying doesn't know what's good for them? Say it again, believe it or not, we will destroy you all. Dong Dayuan roared. Without the control of the soul-controlling art, he was now extremely violent. So what if I say you all? It's not just you. Everyone from the Central Dynasty is trash. After so many years, you can't even get rid of one Qin Feiyang. You can go back and tell the emperor that if this continues, the divine kingdom will be finished sooner or later. The king of the underworld snorted coldly, and then led a group of war generals and 220,000 sea beasts into the taboo ocean, disappearing in a mighty manner. Dong Dayuan and the others looked at each other, and then at the void where the Black Tortoise realm was, and then they all self-destructed their divine souls. This time, they really went for wool and came home shorn. Soon, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared above the sea. Looking at the empty void, the white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, "You all ran pretty fast. It wasn't easy to get away. Why don't you run and wait for death here?" The madman laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Why don't we hunt those 8 people now? If we don't kill them, are we going to keep them alive for the new year?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a space-time passage. But at this moment, buzz! The divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and looked down. A trace of surprise immediately crept onto his face. "What's wrong?" The madman and the white-eyed wolf were suspicious. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He led the two back to the Black Tortoise realm and then activated the divine sound transmission stone. A familiar figure appeared. It was the Divine King. The Divine King? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Wasn't there someone on the Divine Island? Why did he take the initiative to send them a message? The Divine King smiled and said, "I finally contacted you. It seems that you have come out of the taboo ocean." "Just came out." Qin Feiyang nodded. "What's the result?" The Divine King asked. "Would there be any accidents if we went out?" Not only were there no accidents, we even wiped out all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. "What? Wiped out all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean?" The Divine King was surprised. "What did that mean?" Qin Feiyang said, "How about this, call the king, Ji Yunhai, and Ji Zun. We'll find a place to talk face to face." "Okay. Let's go to Mount Supreme." The Divine King nodded. "Isn't there someone from the Central Dynasty at Mount Supreme? Is it suitable for us to go there now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's fine. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Go directly to Ji Zun's residence." The Divine King smiled. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and turned off the divine sound transmission stone. "The crisis has been temporarily resolved." What did that mean? The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, "Could it be that those 8 people heard something and left already?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "Let's go to Mount Supreme and find out." Mount Supreme. Ji Yunhai, the king, Ji Zun, and the Divine King gathered in a palace. "It's finally easy now." Ji Zun chuckled. "Yeah. I've been on tenterhooks for the past few days, afraid that I'd give myself away." Ji Yunhai also said as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The Divine King looked at Ji Yunhai and said, "Now you can understand the situation we've been in all these years. Ever since I started working with Qin Feiyang, I've never had a day of peace." Ji Yunhai smiled bitterly. The experience of the past few days had indeed made him realize how difficult it was for the former king, the Divine King, Ji Zun, and Heavenly Lord Ji Wang. A space-time tunnel appeared. The 4 of them looked at the tunnel. 3 young men walked out. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The king looked at the 3 of them and asked curiously, "Look at your glowing faces, did you make a fortune? More or less?" Madman bared his teeth. The Divine King's face darkened. He glared at Madman and said, "Don't keep us in suspense. What did you mean by killing all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other. "Actually, it's nothing much. While we were chasing Dong Yi and the others, we also took care of the Underworld King and the others, and also stole hundreds of thousands of Ultimate Mysteries inheritances." The white-eyed wolf sat on the chair next to them, shook his head and said proudly, "So we took care of the Underworld King and the others." The 4 of them suddenly realized. Wait a minute. But the next moment, they looked at each other. Why does that sound wrong? Stole hundreds of thousands of Ultimate Mysteries inheritances? Did they hear it wrong? Hundreds of thousands of inheritances? How could there be so many ultimate mysteries inheritances in the taboo ocean? If there really were, they would have joined forces to kill their way to the taboo ocean. Who cares about the underworld king and the other generals? This was too sudden, so the king and the other three couldn't wrap their heads around it. You guys think about it carefully. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The four of them lowered their heads, frowning. Previously, they said that they killed all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean. Now, they said that they obtained hundreds of thousands of ultimate mysteries inheritances, sea beasts. Inheritances? Hundreds of thousands. Could it be? The four of them suddenly raised their heads and stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. That's right. In the entire taboo ocean, all the sea beasts that have mastered ultimate mysteries have been robbed by us. How is it? Surprised. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth, looking very annoying. As soon as these words came out, the king and the other three were completely stunned. This is too crazy. They actually stole the ultimate mysteries of all the sea beasts. Chapter 4407. How did you guys do it? It's only been about 2 months since we entered the taboo ocean. Ji Yunhai came back to his senses and looked at the three of them in confusion. As everyone knows, teleportation is impossible in the taboo ocean. To hunt all the sea beasts that have mastered the ultimate profound is basically more difficult than ascending to the sky. But these three guys succeeded in such a short period of time. It's really hard to imagine. It's very simple. As long as we control the ruler of the taboo ocean, it will be easy to deal with the other sea beasts. Qin Feiyang gave a simple and clear account of what had happened. So that's how it is. The king and the other three suddenly understood and then couldn't help but give a thumbs up. How many ultimate profound of the strongest law? The divine king was curious. More than 253,000. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The four of them were shocked to this point. They had never seen so many ultimate profound in their lives. And it was the ultimate profound of the strongest law. Ji Yunhai said very excitedly, if this is the case, don't we now have the strength to fight against the central dynasty? We can't make a judgment on this matter yet. We have to wait for the inner demons and big cousin to thoroughly investigate the situation of the Death God army. Qin Feiyang said. Good. Now, I can already see hope. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat the central dynasty. Ji Yunhai clenched his hands tightly. His eyes were full of confidence. The human race supreme being asked, what about Yu Hui and Minute Hong? They are both in my ancient castle. As for the battle souls of these two, I was just about to discuss with you. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. Go ahead. This matter would have to be faced sooner or later. Because Yu Hui and Minute Hong's old enemies were all around Qin Feiyang. And they were all Qin Feiyang's closest people. I have an idea. Use the ultimate inheritance of the strongest law to exchange battle souls with them. Qin Feiyang said. This was also the best way Qin Feiyang could think of at the moment. Exchange battle souls. The supreme master of the human race remained silent. The monarch chuckled and said, Supreme martial artist, the fact that this brat can offer such conditions is already considered extremely benevolent. That's right. If it weren't for you, they would have snatched it away. Moreover, the Eye of Oblivion and the Eye of Destruction are meaningless without evolution. As for Yu Hui and Minute Hong, they will never be able to evolve their fighting souls. Because it's impossible for this kid to let Lin Yi and Lu Zhengyang hand over their battle souls for Yu Hui and the others to fuse with. The Divine King added. That was indeed the case. As for the two of them, Qin Feiyang didn't have any feelings towards them. If he wanted to kill them, he would kill them. The reason why he offered this condition was entirely because of the face of the human race's supreme master. The supreme martial artist of the human race looked at the monarch and the divine king. He pondered for a moment and sighed. The battle souls belong to Yu Hui and Minute Hong. Their choice is up to them. Madman asked, in that case, should we call them out and talk? That works too. However, we have to pretend that it's a judgment. After all, the two of them still don't know that we have formed an alliance. The Divine King said. Everyone nodded. Yu Hui and Minute Hong still couldn't be trusted, and they couldn't be trusted. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, the two of them appeared immediately. Supreme Martial Artist. Divine King. Monarch. When the two saw the monarch and the other two, they were shocked and shouted, Supreme Martial Artist, please save us. Don't worry. We are negotiating with them. Supreme Martial Artist comforted the two. Negotiation? The two were taken aback. The human race Supreme Martial Artist nodded and sighed. Qin Feiyang and the others want you to hand over your battle souls. Impossible. But before the human race Supreme Martial Artist finished speaking, the two shook their heads resolutely. Their attitude was very firm. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't think that with Supreme Martial Artist, the Monarch, and the Divine King here, you are safe. If we want to kill you, the three of them can't stop us. Madman sneered coldly. Yu Hui and Minute Hong's pupils shrank. The human race Supreme Martial Artist looked at the two and said, listen to this Supreme Martial Artist first. Although they want you to hand over your battle souls, they will compensate you. Compensation? The two frowned. What could be more valuable than the strongest battle soul? The human race Supreme Martial Artist said, their compensation is to give you the inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate meaning. The inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate meaning? The two were stunned. Yes. You are very clear about the rarity of the strongest law's ultimate meaning. As long as you hand over your battle souls, I will give you enough inheritance to let you master the will of the heavens. Qin Feiyang nodded. The will of the heavens. The two's eyes trembled. In this world, who doesn't desire the will of the heavens? Once you master the will of the heavens, you will stand at the peak of the divine kingdom. For example, why can the sovereigns of various races be above all living beings? It's because they master the will of the heavens. Yes. You didn't hear it wrong. The compensation we give you is not just one or two inheritances, but the will of the heavens. I believe that this compensation should be enough to make up for your loss. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Hui and Minute Hong looked at each other, suppressed their excitement, and remained silent. They did desire the will of the heavens. But they also desired the evolution of the battle soul. Because once their battle soul evolves, it will have the power to destroy the world. As the possessor of the strongest battle soul, I know what you are thinking at this moment. You want both the battle soul and the will of the heavens. But let me tell you, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to give up one. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? You have to give up something to gain something. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two looked at Qin Feiyang and remained silent. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a woman in a white dress appeared. It was Lin Yi. Lin Yi's appearance immediately attracted Minute Hong's attention. Because Minute Hong was the possessor of the Eyes of Oblivion. When the old enemies met, both sides rejected each other in their hearts. Is she Lin Yi? The Divine King, Ji Zun, and Ji Yunhai asked secretly. I have been in contact with her in the Black Tortoise world. She is a very sensible little girl. The king nodded. Lin Yi looked at Minute Hong and immediately understood what Qin Feiyang was doing. She transmitted her voice, Brother Feiyang, didn't I say that I will deal with this matter myself? Elder brother is like a father. How can I listen to you? Qin Feiyang snickered secretly. Lin Yi heard it, and her face was full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at Minute Hong and indifferently said, Do you see? This is your old enemy and your old enemy is my little sister. Do you think that you have the ability to snatch her battle soul from my hands? The words were very plain, and there was no hint of sarcasm. But when it fell into Minute Hong's ears, it seemed to be contempt for her. This made her angry. However, what followed was a deep sense of powerlessness. Because this was indeed the case. Lin Yi was Qin Feiyang's sister. If one wanted to take away Lin Yi's battle soul, one must first go through Qin Feiyang. Who was Qin Feiyang? The possessor of the Eyes of Heaven, mastered 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and dual will of heavenly Tao. Even if she had mastered the will of heavenly Tao now, it was impossible to defeat Qin Feiyang. Not to mention her, Even the Divine King, the King, and Jizun had to retreat in the face of Qin Feiyang. In today's 4 great continents, the only people who could suppress Qin Feiyang were the elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. As for you Hui, your Eye of Destruction will never have the chance to evolve. Because the other half of the Eye of Destruction is in my ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at Yu Hui again. Yu Hui's face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was in someone else's body, they still had hope. But now, whether it was the Eye of Destruction or the Eye of Oblivion, they were both related to Qin Feiyang, and they were Qin Feiyang's close relatives. In the face of such a terrifying Qin Feiyang, how could they find an opportunity to snatch it away? In fact, now, there are only 2 choices in front of you. The madman quickly lost his patience and looked at Yu Hui and Jizun. The first choice, we will kill you directly and take away your battle souls. The second choice, you hand over your battle souls, and we will compensate you. You have to think carefully. The second choice, although you will lose your battle souls, you can at least master the will of Heavenly Tao and become the top powerhouse of the 4 great continents. But if you change to the first choice, then you will not only lose your battle souls, but also your life. The white-eyed wolf laughed. When the 2 heard the words of the madman and the white-eyed wolf, their eyes couldn't help but tremble. Anyway, your battle souls have no chance to evolve. Why not give it to them in exchange for the will of Heavenly Tao? It's worth it. The human clan Jizun sighed. The 2 looked up at the human clan Jizun, and their hearts were extremely sad. The leader of the human clan of the Divine Kingdom not only didn't help them snatch Lin Yi and Lu Zhengyang's battle souls, but now he asked them to hand over their battle souls. I know that you will definitely blame me in your hearts, but this is the fact in front of you. Our strength is not as good as theirs. If it weren't for them being afraid of the group of elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, I'm afraid they wouldn't even give us a chance to negotiate. The human clan Jizun smiled bitterly. When Yu Hui and Jizun heard this, they bowed their heads in silence. They were really unwilling in their hearts. But now, they really had no other choice. In the end, the 2 looked at each other, gritted their teeth, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and nodded, okay, we will give it to you. Qin Feiyang immediately revealed a smile on his face. He said, isn't this a happy occasion for everyone? Give us the inheritance first. And, give us the inheritance of all the laws. Including the ultimate mysteries of the ordinary laws. Yu Hui said. Not bad. Using the 2 strongest battle souls in exchange for these inheritances, I don't think it's too much. Minute Hong nodded. The inheritance of all the laws. You guys are really greedy. The madman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop the madman and smiled faintly. It's okay. It's just a few dozen inheritances. Satisfy them. The human clan Jizun was here. He had to give him face. Chapter 4408. Seeing madman's murderous intent, the human supreme was a little worried. But when he saw Qin Feiyang stopping madman and agreeing to Yu Hui's request, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His mood was like riding a roller coaster, up and down. Tell me, what laws do you still lack? But let's make it clear first, there is no law of light and darkness and law of life and death. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. The law of light and darkness and law of life and death are rare in the world. Of course, we won't force it. Yu Hui shook his head and said, I need the law of destruction, law of death, law of life. After Yu Hui finished speaking, Minute Hong also spoke. Qin Feiyang silently remembered it in his heart. After Minute Hong finished speaking, he immediately asked Fire Lotus to prepare. Soon, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and dozens of inheritances appeared in front of him. The ultimate profound of the strongest law and the ultimate profound of the ordinary law. Yu Hui and Lin Ming looked at each other, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to collect all the inheritances. Immediately, the 2 closed their eyes. Puff. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The 2's faces instantly turned pale as if they were weak. Immediately after, 2 great battle souls rushed out from between their eyebrows. These were 2 palm-sized eyes. One was black-gray, full of a destructive aura. The other was silver-white, containing a magical power. Looking at this eye, it seems that you will forget everything. These were the Eye of Destruction and the Eye of Oblivion. Quickly fuse. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lin Yi and smiled. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. Originally, she wanted to rely on her own ability to defeat this old enemy and get the other half of the Eye of Oblivion. But she didn't expect that Brother Feiyang would send the battle souls to her without doing anything. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Lin Yi speechlessly and said, if it were someone else, they would have jumped for joy. But you, girl, are still a little unhappy. Brother Wolf, don't sow discord. I just don't want to rely on you for everything. Lin Yi looked at him unhappily. Since entering the ancient realm, you don't seem to have relied on us. Hurry up. Let me see how strong the evolved Oblivion Eye is. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. All right. Lin Yi nodded. The space between her eyebrows split open. A silver white eye appeared. It was exactly the same as Minute Hong's Eyes of Oblivion. When the two Eyes of Oblivion met, they seemed to sense each other's existence. The Eye of Oblivion suspended in front of Minute Hong immediately rushed toward the Eye of Oblivion between Minute Hong's eyebrows. Boom! Accompanied by a dazzling divine light, the two eyes immediately merged together. There were no changes to its shape or appearance. But both Qin Feiyang and his crew, as well as the monarch's group, could feel a strange force looming over them. Immediately, they could clearly feel that their memories were deteriorating and gradually becoming blurry. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Yi raised her head. The Eye of Oblivion between her eyebrows stared at the human sovereign, the monarch, the divine king, and Ji Yunhai. Boom! In just an instant, the minds of the four men went blank. All their memories disappeared at this moment. It seemed that the monarch and the other three were like four pieces of wood at this moment. So powerful. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other in dismay. Yu Hui and Minute Hong were also dumbfounded. The evolved Eye of Oblivion couldn't even resist the tyrannical existence of the monarch. This made Minute Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Why did she give up such a powerful battle soul to this Lin Yi? If she was the one who evolved the battle soul now, this Eye of Oblivion alone was enough to stand at the peak of the divine kingdom. For a moment, the regret, jealousy, and resentment in her heart had reached an uncontrollable level. It's all because of this damn Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged Wolf King. They made her lose such a powerful battle soul. You better not let me find a chance, otherwise, I will make you bastards suffer a fate worse than death. This kind of meltdown almost drove her crazy. About a few seconds passed. A powerful will suddenly appeared in the bodies of the divine king, Ji Zun, and the monarch. This will was their own will, but at the same time, it contained the will of heavenly Tao. With the eruption of will, the three finally broke the control of the Eye of Oblivion, and the lost memory quickly recovered. But Ji Yunhai didn't recover. Because his strength wasn't as good as the monarch and the other two. He sat motionless on the chair with dull eyes like a human-shaped sculpture. So scary. The monarch and the other two looked at Lin Yi with cold sweat all over their bodies. Although they had only lost their memories for a short period of time, it must be known that if they suddenly lost their memories in the middle of a battle, they would definitely be met with a calamity. A few seconds was enough to kill each other in a battle between powerhouses. Sure enough, it was the strongest battle soul. It was not inferior to the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Evil. This Eye of Oblivion was actually similar in nature to the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Evil. It destroyed the opponent's willpower and mental strength. Brother Wolf, it's okay. Lin Yi turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Don't look at me. The white-eyed wolf quickly waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I can control the Eye of Oblivion at will. Only the people I want to target in my heart will be deprived of their memory. Lin Yi said. I see. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief and immediately gave a thumbs up. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. Lin Yi smiled proudly, then closed the Eye of Oblivion. At this time, Ji Yunhai's memory gradually recovered. When he recovered, he looked up at Lin Yi with fear in his eyes. If the Eye of Oblivion was activated during a battle, it could definitely be regarded as a peerless killing technique. No matter who it was, they would suffer. Seal this eye of destruction first and put it in my training room. I will give it to the ancestor when I see him in the future. Qin Feiyang also calmed down the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the eye of destruction disappeared. Now, except for the eye of reincarnation, the 9 battle souls have evolved. Facing the central dynasty, we undoubtedly have a better chance of winning now. The deity king laughed inwardly. Eye of reincarnation, Qin Feiyang murmured and transmitted his voice, Sovereign, let Yu Hui and Minute Hong retreat first. Okay. The human sovereign responded secretly, looked at Yu Hui and Minute Hong, and said, You two retreat first. Think about it. It's not too much of a loss to get so many inheritances. Yes. The two nodded respectfully and turned to leave the hall. Minute Hong, you're not reconciled, right? The two stood outside the hall, looking at the door that was quickly closing. Yu Hui clenched his hands and transmitted his voice. Minute Hong nodded. The power of the Eye of Oblivion after its evolution was beyond imagination. I'm not reconciled either. But now, we have to endure. We have obtained all the inheritances. As long as we integrate these inheritances, we will have a chance to settle the score with them. Yu Hui said secretly. What do you want to do? Minute Hong looked at him in surprise. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to my cave house, and we can talk slowly. A murderous intent flashed in Yu Hui's eyes, and he led Minute Hong away at lightning speed. Inside the hall, Qin Feiyang looked at the closed door, shook his head, and smiled. It seems that these two are very dissatisfied with this matter. It is estimated that in the future, it may become a problem. Is it? The sovereign was suspicious. There was nothing wrong with looking at Minute Hong and Yu Hui before. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, They hid it very well, but they can't escape my eyes. I have already sensed the murderous intent in their hearts. Hearing this, the human sovereign couldn't help but frown. Lin Yi turned her head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Feiyang, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I would have directly deprived them of their memories. What's the use of you depriving them of their memories? Almost everyone in Mount Supreme knows that they have the strongest battle soul. Apart from that, you have deprived the memories of everyone who knows. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's just get rid of them to avoid future troubles. In the future, when they integrate all the inheritances, it will be quite troublesome if they really play tricks behind the scenes. Madman said. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, Senior brother, they are disciples of Mount Supreme. We outsiders can't overstep our authority. The implication was that it was up to the human sovereign to decide what to do. The supreme master of the human clan was silent. Suddenly, he took out the sound transmission godstone. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was the Great Venerable. Sir. The Great Venerable bowed. The human sovereign said, Go and monitor Minute Hong and Yu Hui. If they have any evil intentions, kill them directly. Monitor them? What's the situation? The Great Venerable was surprised. The human sovereign said, I'll tell you the specific situation later. Just do as I say. Okay, I'll go right away. The Great Venerable nodded and immediately turned off the sound transmission godstone. The human sovereign also put away the sound transmission godstone. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he said unhappily, You brat, do you really think that I'm so merciful that I can't even bear to kill 2 disasters? No, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands. The human sovereign pursed his lips and said, Say it. Send them away. What do you want to say? The Eye of Reincarnation. I hope that everyone can help me check if the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is in the 4 great continents. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them and said, Wait. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly interrupted Qin Feiyang and frowned. Didn't Dong Zhengyang say that the other half of the Eye of Reincarnation is in the dragons? What are you looking for in the 4 great continents? The range of dragons is too wide. What if it's in the hands of an unknown divine dragon? After all, the divine dragons in the world should logically belong to the dragons. Therefore, there's still a need to investigate thoroughly. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and nodded. Up to you. That's simple. We'll ask the great venerables below to investigate. The Divine King said. There's one more thing. The oceanic race, the beast race, and the sea beasts of the Forbidden Ocean have been destroyed one after another, but the human race, the divine race, and the purple-gold divine dragon race haven't suffered too much damage yet. The people of the Central Dynasty aren't stupid. Sooner or later, they'll have doubts about this matter, so you have to be prepared in advance and deal with it at any time. You also have to prevent them from secretly monitoring you. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. They nodded. This matter indeed couldn't be careless. Chapter 4409. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and looked at the four of them. Also, help us find someone while you're at it. Who? The four of them were suspicious. That mysterious young man. Qin Feiyang looked at the king and said. Mysterious young man? The Divine King, the human race's supreme being, and Ji Yunhai looked at Qin Feiyang and the king in confusion. The king smiled bitterly. This mysterious young man is the one who claims to be Qin Batian. So, it's him. He claims to be Qin Batian. What does that mean? The three of them were even more puzzled. It means that he's not the real Qin Batian, he's an imposter. The king shook his head. What? The three of them were shocked. This young man who shocked the Divine Kingdom and even defeated the inner demons wasn't Qin Batian. I didn't know before. This brat told me when we were in the Black Tortoise world. The king didn't forget to glare at Qin Feiyang. You already knew that he was impersonating Qin Batian? The Divine King looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. He didn't hide anything from us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, where is the real Qin Batian now? Ji Yunhai asked. According to seniority, he was Qin Baishan's second grandfather, so he was somewhat concerned. We don't know. But we can be sure that his life isn't in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Ji Yunhai nodded and smiled bitterly. How many more things are you hiding from us? Indeed. The king glared at Qin Feiyang and then at the Divine King. This matter is related to the Death God Army, but I'll tell you about it later. The Death God Army? The three of them looked at each other and their curiosity was piqued. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, what about the 8 people from the Central Dynasty? Speaking of which, it's quite funny. Weren't they in the village at that time? Did they meet you? They felt that their whereabouts had been exposed and that you might attack them, so they destroyed their bodies and souls. Ji Yunhai chuckled. Before they even made a move, the 8 of them were already so scared that they destroyed their own bodies and souls and fled from the 4 great continents. It could be seen how terrifying Qin Feiyang and the others were now. I see. Then they are quite smart. We're really going to hunt them down, the white-eyed wolf grimaced. The monarch and the others exchanged glances and smiled. The Divine King asked, have you found out who they are? Yes. They are indeed not from the Death God Army. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? Aren't they a little too bold? How dare they pretend to be members of the Death God Army? The 4 of them were shocked. This is called seeking riches in danger. They are all from the second direct family of the Central Dynasty. This time, they came to the 4 great continents to find an opportunity to kill us. As for bringing Yu Hui and Minute Hong to the Central Dynasty, this was a last-minute plan they came up with. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The Divine King smiled and said mockingly, but they didn't expect that not only did their plan fail, but they also lost so many people. The second direct family is not strong in the Central Dynasty to begin with. They are simply courting death by doing this. But this also shows that the Central Dynasty is not as united as we thought. Qin Feiyang said. That's for sure. No matter where you are, it's unavoidable for you to cheat and scheme against each other. The monarch nodded and then changed the topic. He said with a smile, but then again, since you have obtained so many ultimate mysteries this time, shouldn't you take care of us? The meaning behind his words was obvious. He wanted Qin Feiyang to give the 3 races some ultimate mysteries. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He pointed to the door and shouted, look, someone is eavesdropping. The 4 of them were shocked and quickly looked at the door. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel. Immediately, he rolled up the madman, white-eyed wolf, and Linyi and rushed into the spacetime tunnel. The monarch and the other three reacted. Looking at the backs of the four people in the spacetime tunnel, the corners of their mouths kept twitching. They are really cunning. Too stingy. There are so many ultimate mysteries. What's wrong with giving us some? The Divine King was unhappy. You should be content. After all, you have given us so much. The human sovereign shook his head and smiled. If he really wanted to give, he would not be polite. He would not give, nor force. Let nature take its course. At the same time, in a cave house, Minute Hong and Yu Hui sat opposite each other. The door of the cave house was closed. What's your plan? Minute Hong looked at Yu Hui expectantly. My plan is very simple. The people of the Central Dynasty will come sooner or later. At that time, we will assist the Central Dynasty to eradicate these bastards. Yu Hui's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Yes. As long as the Central Dynasty's army arrives, we will have a lot of opportunities, right? Minute Hong's eyes lit up. Yes. Also, have you ever thought about a question? Why would Ji Zun, the Divine King, the monarch, and Ji Yunhai gather with Qin Feiyang in private? Yu Hui's eyes flickered. Isn't it because of our negotiation? Minute Hong frowned. It's not like you don't know the means of Qin Feiyang and the others. They completely control us and force us to hand over the battle souls. Why would they go through so much trouble to negotiate with Ji Zun and the others? Yu Hui asked rhetorically. Minute Hong pondered for a while and said, they seem to have said just now that it is because they are afraid of the elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Those elders are indeed scary, but as long as we don't clash with them, won't we be fine? Look at Qin Feiyang and the others, their whereabouts are uncertain every day. As long as they hide, do you think those elders will be able to find them even if they attack? Yu Hui sneered. What do you mean? Minute Hong was more and more confused. What I mean is that this negotiation is completely unnecessary. So I think there must be some secrets that we don't know about. Yu Hui said. Secrets? Minute Hong's eyes flickered. Although we can't guess it, as long as we tell the Central Dynasty the truth, they will definitely pay attention to it. I'm not afraid to tell you that not only do I have to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, but I also have to deal with Ji Zun. Yu Hui clenched his fists. Deal with Ji Zun? Minute Hong was shocked. That's right. As the leader of the human race, not only did he not help us, he even asked us to hand over the battle souls. What right does he have to continue to be the leader of the human race? Yu Hui's face was filled with hatred. That's true. Why did we enter Mount Supreme? Isn't it because we want Mount Supreme to protect us? But in the end, facing Qin Feiyang and the others, we Ji Zun don't even dare to breathe loudly. How cowardly. Minute Hong couldn't help but feel hatred in her heart. So, we have to endure it now. After we combine all the ultimate powers and join hands with the Central Dynasty, we might be the next supreme being of the humankind. Yu Hui sneered. His ambition was also exposed at this moment. What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. At this moment, a cold, bone-chilling voice rang out. Great Sovereign. The two were shocked and stood up. They looked at the door of the cave. Behind the closed door, a black-robed elder suddenly appeared. It was the Great Sovereign of the human race. At this moment, the Great Sovereign's face was filled with anger. How did this happen? Why is he here? Yu Hui panicked. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would find it hard to believe that there's such a heartless and ambitious person in Mount Supreme. The Great Sovereign took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure directly imprisoned the two. Great Sovereign, please spare our lives. We were confused for a moment and had such thoughts. Please give us a chance. The two hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. There won't be another chance. By the way, let me tell you a secret so that you won't die in peace. We have already formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang. When the Great Sovereign said this, the fate of the two was already doomed. In the village. In the sky. Qin Feiyang and the other three walked out of a spacetime tunnel. Linyi pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Feiyang, aren't you afraid that the king and the others will say that you are stingy? Let them say whatever they want. Qin Feiyang didn't care at all. These inheritances must all be left to the disciples of the sacred ground. As for the three major races, anyway, there was still a long way to go. He still had to fight with the Death God Legion in the future. With so many members of the Death God Legion, there was no need to worry about not getting the ultimate intents. In short, since the three major races chose to form an alliance with him, he would definitely not treat the three major races badly. You are back. Sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, Boss Ji and a group of elders also walked out of the house quickly. Qin Feiyang nodded, landed in front of a group of elders, pulled Lin Yi to his side, and said with a smile, These are the great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers we mentioned. Great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, she is the owner of the Eyes of Oblivion, Lin Yi. Greets great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. Lin Yi looked at the group of elders. Sure enough, all of them were unfathomable. She then bowed obediently. Good. I have heard this kid talk about you for a long time. Now that I see you, you are really well behaved and sensible. When you come here, just treat it as your own home. Don't feel constrained. The group of elders chuckled, looking amiable. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. Swoosh. At this time, Master Ji Ju also flew over from the back mountain tea garden with Ji Tianyu. Is everything settled? Ji Tianyu asked. It's all settled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. You are really capable. Ji Tianyu chuckled, looked at Lin Yi, and said suspiciously, Why are you outside? Lin Yi said, I just merged with the Eyes of Oblivion at Mount Supreme, so I wanted to come with Brother Feiyang to meet these great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. Your Eyes of Oblivion has been merged? Ji Tianyu was taken aback. Lin Yi nodded. Old ancestor, do you want to experience the power of the Eyes of Oblivion? The white-eyed wolf looked at Ji Tianyu and grinned. Ji Tianyu's mouth twitched. Although she had never seen the evolved Eyes of Oblivion, she could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary horror. Who would experience this for no reason? Chapter 44:10. Let's talk inside. In the future, we still have to be careful when we meet, so as not to be seen by others again. Boss Ji sighed. The last time those three people suddenly ran over, it almost traumatized him. Indeed, we have to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, it's a critical moment. We can't take a wrong step. Entering Boss Ji's house, everyone sat together and chatted for a while. Qin Feiyang sent Lin Yi to the Black Tortoise world. He, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf didn't leave the village. They stayed here to cultivate while waiting for news. Now, they no longer lack the inheritance of the ultimate profound. What they lack is time. They all need a lot of time to integrate. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. One morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the house and looked at Ji Tianyu standing at the village entrance. He walked over with a smile and asked, Old ancestor, what are you looking at? Looking at the scenery here. After leaving the Divine Kingdom for so many years, not only the people here, but even the things here haven't changed much. Ji Tianyu smiled slightly. Maybe great-grandfather and great-grandmother are worried that you won't recognize them when you come back in the future, so they have kept their original appearance. Qin Feiyang smiled. Only you know how to say nice things. Ji Tianyu rolled her eyes at him. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Ji Tianyu said, Last night, my father sent me a message saying that Yu Hui and Minute Hong have been eliminated by the Great Sage. Already eliminated? Qin Feiyang was taken aback for a moment. He shook his head and sighed. It seems that they are really dishonest. Actually, you also want to kill them, Ji Tianyu said. I won't deny it. If it weren't for the human clan supreme, I would have already done it. Qin Feiyang said. You are right. No matter what kind of person they are disciples of Mount Supreme after all. I have to give face to the human clan supreme. Ji Tianyu smiled. Shouldn't you go to the Black Tortoise world? You can't stay in the village all the time. If someone finds out, our relationship will be exposed. It was because everyone knew that the gate of the Divine Kingdom had been sealed by him. It was impossible for Ji Tianyu to return from the Sky Cloud realm alone. The only explanation was that Ji Tianyu had followed Qin Feiyang back to the Divine Kingdom. Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing their relationship? Ji Tianyu smiled and said, "Indeed, I should go to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, I will definitely become a burden to you in the future." "It's fine if you're a burden. I'm afraid that in the future, the reincarnation of the human sovereign will come to me and say that I didn't take good care of you." Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Ji Tianyu blushed and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? The human sovereign is the human sovereign, and the reincarnation of the human sovereign is the reincarnation of the human sovereign. In a sense, they are no longer the same person." "Is that what you think?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "What else? After reincarnating, he has a new family and new responsibilities. I don't want to disturb him. I also don't want him to be restrained because of his feelings from his previous life." Ji Tianyu smiled. There was no regret in her expression. "Family?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "Is the reincarnation of the human sovereign already married and has a child?" "No. The family I'm talking about is that he has a new family." Ji Tianyu shook her head. "Not married? Then you still have a chance to continue your previous relationship," Qin Feiyang said. "Continue our previous relationship, don't force yourself on this matter. As long as he has a good life in this life, I'll be satisfied." Ji Tianyu smiled. "No complaints and no regrets. Old ancestor, you're really great. If it were me, facing the reincarnation of my beloved, I definitely wouldn't be able to do this. If it were the mermaid princess, he would definitely try his best to awaken the memories of her previous life and never let go." Ji Tianyu smiled and said, "If you have my experience, you will see a different life." "Your experience? Then forget it." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. "Being sealed in the land of buried gods for countless years and having to suffer the torment of various laws, this might be better than death." "Scared?" Ji Tianyu looked at him in amusement. "What am I scared of? I just feel that if I'm sealed in a certain place, it might be a little boring." Qin Feiyang raised his head and said proudly, "You don't mean what you say." Ji Tianyu shook her head. "Ha." Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked curiously, "Who is the reincarnation of the human sovereign?" Ji Tianyu was speechless. Still not giving up, she said, "Actually, you've seen it." "I've seen it." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Not only you have seen it, everyone has seen it." Ji Tianyu nodded. "Everyone has seen it." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "As for the rest, I won't reveal more. If you can guess it, you have the ability. If not, don't force yourself. Send me to the Black Tortoise world." Ji Tianyu smiled. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. After sending Ji Tianyu to the Black Tortoise world, he lowered his head and pondered. "Everyone has seen it. Who could it be? Wait. It can't be that mysterious young man, right? Because this young man not only has a mysterious origin, but also has 3,000 incarnations." "Don't say it." After thinking about it carefully, there really is such a possibility. "What are you standing here thinking about? Why don't you go and cultivate?" White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy walked out and saw Qin Feiyang standing at the entrance of the village with a heavy heart. They couldn't help but ask in confusion. "You came at the right time. Just now, the old ancestor said that we have seen the reincarnation of the human sovereign. I'm thinking, could it be that mysterious young man?" Qin Feiyang quickly turned to look at the two and said in surprise, "Mysterious young man?" Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other. "Isn't this idea a bit too crazy? Look, this young man's origin is unknown, and he has 3,000 incarnations. The most important thing is that we are not related to him, but he has come to help us again and again. These things don't conform to common sense." Qin Feiyang frowned. When the two heard Qin Feiyang's analysis, they couldn't help but lower their heads and ponder, recalling the scenes when they interacted with the young man. "Don't say." The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. If it's really him, then it makes sense for him to help us. However, what's with his origin force? Although the human sovereign's strength was very strong in the Sky Cloud world, His strength back then doesn't seem to be much now. Could it be that he reincarnated into a good body and became the son of a god of creation? Frenzy was surprised. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. This guy's imagination is even richer than theirs. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound stone moved. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and took out the divine sound stone. A shadow appeared. It was the human race's supreme being. Greetings, supreme being. Qin Feiyang and the other two bowed. The human race supreme being waved his hand and said, "The two things you asked us to investigate have already been found. Please speak." Qin Feiyang's face was full of expectation. The human race supreme being shook his head and said, "We have confirmed repeatedly that the eye of reincarnation is indeed not in the 4 continents." A trace of disappointment appeared in Qin Feiyang's heart. The human race supreme being continued, "But we have found the whereabouts of this young man." "Where?" Frenzy quickly asked. The human race supreme being said, "We haven't found the specific location, but the last place he appeared seems to be here." "What?" "The taboo ocean." Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. Why did the young man run to the taboo ocean? Could it be that he ran to the central dynasty alone? "When did this happen?" Qin Feiyang asked. The human race supreme being said, "A long time ago, before you returned to the sky cloud world." "So early?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Frenzy said, "If he really ran to the central dynasty alone, what should we do?" "What else can we do? We can only watch." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Without this young man, they couldn't enter the central dynasty at all. "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you want to enter the central dynasty." The human race supreme being looked at the three in surprise. "We do have such plans. Because only by entering the central dynasty can we seize the initiative. Moreover, with us holding them back in the central dynasty, you have enough time to fuse with the inheritance." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's too risky. The central dynasty is a tiger's den. Isn't entering the central dynasty the same as sending sheep to the tiger's mouth?" The human race supreme being's face was solemn. "Not necessarily. Maybe a few wolves will enter the sheep's den." Frenzy bared his teeth. The corner of the human race supreme being's mouth twitched. "What kind of joke is this? Your methods are indeed heaven-defying, but the central dynasty is the nest of the divine kingdom's ruler. No matter what, it can't become a sheep's den. Don't worry, we know what to do." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Fine. Consider me worrying for nothing." The human race supreme being shook his head helplessly. In fact, he knew that Qin Feiyang and the others were doing this for the 3 races. Because when Qin Feiyang and the others entered the central dynasty, the battlefield would be shifted to the central dynasty, and the 3 races wouldn't be implicated. The war-torn 4 great continents would gradually return to peace. They would also be able to live a peaceful life without any worries. But because of this, the human race supreme being felt very guilty. Why did Qin Feiyang and the others risk their lives so much? It was all for the living beings of the 4 great continents. But as the leader of the human race, he couldn't do anything but watch. "Fine. You can stay in the 4 great continents and wait for our good news." Qin Feiyang looked at the human race supreme being and smiled, then turned to the white-eyed wolf and the madman. "No matter what, we have to go to the Forbidden Ocean again. Perhaps this young man hasn't entered the central dynasty yet." "I hope so." The madman sighed. If the young man was really the reincarnation of the human emperor, they would have to desperately find a way to enter the central dynasty. They couldn't let the human emperor take the risk alone in the central dynasty. "Then let's not delay, shall we go now?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "I think so." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then I'll go tell great-grandfather and great-grandmother." The white-eyed wolf turned and ran toward the village. "Don't go, don't go. Don't let them worry about us like the supreme being. Let's go directly." Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel, glanced at the village, and walked in without looking back. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, smiled, and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Chapter 44:11. Those 3 brats, do they think we don't know? After Qin Feiyang and the other 2 left, Boss G and a group of elders came out of their houses and stood together, looking at the dissipating spacetime tunnel. But I have to admit that they are too sensible and always think of others. How good would it be if our purple-gold divine dragon clan could have a few descendants as promising as them? G. Laroche shook his head. What are you talking about, Laroche? Let's not talk about Madman and Wolf Cub for now. Isn't Qin Feiyang our descendant? G. Laroche looked at him unhappily. Yes, yes, yes. G. Laroche was stunned and quickly nodded. That's right. Qin Feiyang was a descendant of their purple-gold divine dragon clan. Boss G smiled. Let's hope they can enter the Central Dynasty smoothly. Big brother, you still support them going to the Central Dynasty? G. Laroche was stunned. If we don't support them, they won't go. They still have to go, so we might as well support them silently. Boss G shook his head. That's true. G. Laroche nodded and looked at the dissipating spacetime tunnel. He muttered, those brats must be careful. Taboo Ocean. During this time, the entire ocean was filled with a violent atmosphere. The Underworld King, the generals, and the 220,000 sea beasts that grasped ultimate mysteries had all become tyrannical existences. They didn't like anyone, so much so that the other sea beasts in the Taboo Ocean were in a constant state of panic. With the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the other two, an invisible storm was set off in the Taboo Ocean. Why did they come to our Taboo Ocean again? Don't they think they haven't tortured us enough? These three bastards, they bring disaster wherever they go. Why won't the heavens take them away? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, these sea beasts were both afraid and angry. What are you looking at? I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? Madman laughed. Don't be arrogant. Someone will take you away sooner or later. The sea beasts shouted crazily. I'll deal with you first. Killing intent flashed in Madman's eyes, but before he could make a move, the surrounding sea beasts fled in terror. Isn't he pretty awesome? Don't be afraid. Madman had a look of disdain. There's no need to waste time with them. Qin Feiyang said as he activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and the momentary time. He swept up the madman and the white-eyed wolf and tore through the sky like lightning. His speed was so fast that no one could catch their tracks. 10 days passed in a row, but not a single sea beast came out to block their path. The journey was very peaceful. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface, there was an undercurrent surging. Deep inside, in the sky above a sea, a group of people arrived in a grandiose manner. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a black robe. He was thin and gave off a feminine feeling. Behind him, there were about 10,000 people. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them were wearing the uniforms of the Death God Army. The sword pattern on their chests was enough to intimidate all the creatures in the Divine Kingdom. That was right. They were the members of the Death God Army. When they passed by an island, a figure rushed out from the island and landed in front of the group. He bowed and said, "Greetings, lords. You are the king of the underworld." The middle-aged man in black stopped and sized up the person standing in front of him. "That's me." The king of the underworld nodded, then knelt in the void and shouted, "Lord, please uphold justice for me. It's because Qin Feiyang deprived you of your ultimate esoteric skill, right?" The middle-aged man in black said. "How did you know?" The king of the underworld was surprised. The people of the second direct family have already reported this matter to the emperor. This Qin Feiyang is indeed too arrogant, so the emperor ordered me to lead the 10th team to eliminate him. The middle-aged man in black said. "The 10th team?" The king of the underworld was stunned and asked carefully, "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man in black said proudly, "I am the commander of the 10th team of the Death God Army, Dong Yuming." "So it's the commander. Greetings, commander." The king of the underworld's eyes trembled, and he prostrated himself at Dong Yuming's feet. "Get up," Dong Yuming said. "Yes." The king of the underworld got up. Dong Yuming sighed, "I also know about your situation. You have helped the Central Dynasty several times, but in the end, you have fallen to this point. It's really hard on you. For the Central Dynasty, for the Emperor and others, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. The king of the underworld's face was full of flattery. We have all seen your loyalty. Don't worry, I will help you get back what you have lost. Killing intent flashed in Dong Yuming's eyes, and he said, come with me to the 4 great continents. If there is a chance, I will let you kill this enemy with your own hands. Thank you, Lord Commander. But Lord, you don't have to go to the 4 great continents anymore, because I have received a report from the sea beasts below. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King have entered the Taboo Ocean again. The Underworld King said. What? They came to the Taboo Ocean again? Dong Yuming was stunned. Yes. Looking at the direction they are going, they should be planning to go to the Central Dynasty. The Underworld King said. They still want to go to the Central Dynasty? They really don't know what's good for them. All right. We will go to the path they must pass and wait for them to walk into the trap. Dong Yuming sneered, then led the members of the Death God army behind him, turned around, and left in a mighty manner. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, just you wait, it will be the time of your death. The Underworld King smiled ferociously and hurriedly chased after the group of people. Another few days passed. Late at night, under the night sky, the Taboo Ocean seemed even darker. Those large and small islands were like giant beasts lurking under the night sky. Quick, there are 2 sea beasts ahead, aren't there? Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf pointed at the sea in front and said in surprise. Sea beasts. Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo were startled and hurriedly looked up. At the end of the sea in front of them, there were 2 blurry shadows. These 2 shadows were extremely tall, almost towering into the clouds. But because they were too far away, they couldn't see clearly. The 3 of them couldn't help but be vigilant and gradually approached the 2 shadows. However, the result was 2 giant peaks. The 2 giant peaks were tens of thousands of feet high. At first glance, they really looked like 2 ferocious giant beasts standing on the dark sea. And looking from afar, the 2 giant peaks stood opposite each other, separated by thousands of miles, forming a canyon in the middle. The seawater surged out violently. I thought it was 2 sea beasts, but it turns out it's just 2 giant peaks. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Looking from afar, it was really a little scary. When did you become so timid? The madman looked at him mockingly. Who said so? I'm just a little more vigilant. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Vigilant? The madman laughed and mocked. I think you're the one who's nervous. Scram. The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Don't get angry out of embarrassment. Actually, I can understand you. After all, we're getting closer and closer to the entrance of the Central Dynasty. The madman glanced at the sea ahead, his expression somewhat solemn. Although they had been to the Taboo Sea more than once, this was the first time they went so deep, so they were more or less nervous. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise as he transmitted, "Stop arguing, there's killing intent. There's killing intent." The madman and the white-eyed wolf were shocked, they didn't sense it at all. However, they didn't doubt Qin Feiyang's words. Because Qin Feiyang had always been very sensitive to killing intent. The 2 of them secretly became vigilant. Qin Feiyang glanced ahead. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the 2 giant peaks. The killing intent seemed to be coming from those 2 giant peaks. Moreover, and there was more than one killing intent, there's an ambush on those 2 giant peaks. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and stopped above the sea. Ambush. Their hearts trembled. If there was really an ambush, it was definitely not the sea beasts of the Taboo Sea. Because it was obvious that the sea beasts of the Taboo Sea didn't have the guts or the strength to ambush them. Therefore, the only explanation was that it was the Central Dynasty. In other words, if there was really an ambush in front, it must be the people of the Central Dynasty. I wonder if there are many of them. The madman secretly said. If there aren't many of them, would they dare to ambush us? The white-eyed wolf sneered secretly. At the peak of the mountain, the commander of the 10th team stood at the edge of the cliff, using the big tree in front of him to hide his figure. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who stopped above the sea in the distance, his brows were tightly knitted together. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop? Could it be that they found us? The king of the underworld was next to the commander, also looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two suspiciously. Impossible. Everyone, restrain your aura. Even if I passed by here, if I didn't know in advance, I wouldn't know that there was an ambush, unless, the commander's eyes flickered. Unless what? The king of the underworld was puzzled. The commander turned to stare at the king of the underworld and said in a deep voice, unless your sea beasts in the taboo ocean tipped them off. Absolutely impossible. Now, all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean hate them to the core. How could we tip them off? Moreover, these sea beasts don't have the guts. The king of the underworld shook his head. If it's not your sea beasts, could it be that my death god army is the one who tipped them off? The commander's eyes flashed coldly, and he said gloomily, I now have reason to suspect that you may be a spy sent by Qin Feiyang and the others. Depriving you of your ultimate meaning may be a show of suffering. No, no. I wouldn't dare. The king of the underworld was terrified. This was a serious crime. Commander, they are coming. Suddenly, a member of the death god army next to him spoke. The commander and the king of the underworld turned their heads and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two flying toward them. The king of the underworld breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they wouldn't say that he was a spy, right? It was really scary. How could such words be casually said? They would lose their lives. Chapter 44:12. Very soon, Qin Feiyang and the other two flew over. Looking at the two giant peaks, their eyes flashed coldly. Boom. The next moment, 3,000 incarnations, all evil sword, and various ultimate profoundness were activated at the same time. That was right. Since the other party wanted to ambush them, they would take the initiative to strike first. Dong Yuming was shocked. What was going on? He was about to give the order, but he did not expect the other party to make a move before him. Kill. There was a loud roar. All evil sword, more than 20,000 ultimate profoundness, blasted toward the two giant peaks. It arrived in an instant. Damn it. Quickly dodge. Dong Yuming's expression changed. Now, he could not care less about exposing his whereabouts. He hurriedly activated the momentary time, grabbed the ocean nether king, turned around, and flew away. Because it was too sudden. It was so sudden that there was no time to counterattack. The other members of the Death God army were the same. They rushed out of the night and fled frantically. So many. Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at these people and could not help but break out in cold sweat. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 people lying in ambush. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was very sensitive to murderous aura and sensed the danger in advance. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot after being surrounded by these people. Boom. Accompanied by two loud sounds, the two giant peaks shattered. Huge waves that blotted out the sky instantly rose in this sea region. Looking at the members of the Death God army, those who possessed the laws of time managed to narrowly escape the calamity. However, those who did not master the law of time were naturally not so lucky. Their blood splattered everywhere. Even those who were lucky enough to escape were seriously injured and lost their combat ability. After all, this was all evil sword, more than 20,000 ultimate profoundness. Among them, there were 3,000 ultimate profoundness of the law of life and death. If not for the fact that the members of the Death God army were all experienced in combat and did not panic in the face of danger, they would have been wiped out. What the hell is going on? How did they know that we were lying in ambush here? Dong Yuming stopped and turned to look at the members of the Death God army. His face was extremely gloomy. After a rough calculation, now, there were only about 8,000 people left. In other words, they had lost nearly 2,000 people in an instant. They had lost so many people before the battle even started. Furthermore, the remaining people were all in an extremely sorry state. To the Death God army, this was a great humiliation. King of the underworld. Qin Feiyang and the other two flew into the sky and looked up at the group of people. When they saw the king of the underworld, they were stunned. In his heart, he came to a sudden realization. It must be this person causing trouble again. They are all from the Death God army. There are so many of them. It can't be an entire squad, right? Madman glanced at Dong Yumming and the remaining 8,000 people, and his pupils constricted. This time, it was Qin Feiyang's fault. Otherwise, they would have become wandering ghosts by now. You really think highly of us. You actually arranged so many people to ambush us. However, you didn't expect that we would act first, did you? Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Yumming asked in a deep voice, how did you know we were ambushing here? Who are you? Tell me your name. We don't talk to nameless people. Madman said with disdain. Dong Yumming, the commander of the Death God Army's 10th Squad. Dong Yumming spoke. And he's a big fish. Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. Back then, Dong Yumming was only the deputy commander of the 10th Squad. The gap between a deputy commander and a commander was quite big. White-Eyed Wolf muttered, I wonder if this commander knows the situation of the other 9 squads. Capture him and read his memory. Won't you know? Madman smiled and looked at Dong Yumming. You people from the Death God Army are really not afraid of death. Dong Yumming just died not long ago, and now there's another one. What? Dong Yumming died in your hands? Dong Yumming was shocked. Otherwise, do you think he's still in a restaurant? Madman sneered. Bastard. You have completely angered my Death God Army. Dong Yumming roared. We're not even afraid of Dong Qingyuan. Why would we be afraid of you, a mere commander? Madman sneered. But in fact, he was still a little nervous. Because there were more than 8,000 people here, which was not a small number. Dong Yumming suppressed his killing intent and said in a deep voice, Before I kill you, answer me first. How did you know we were ambushing here? You'll have to ask the Underworld King. Qin Feiyang laughed. When Dong Yumming heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at the Underworld King, his eyes filled with anger. The Underworld King was taken aback. Then, when he saw Qin Feiyang's mocking eyes, he immediately understood that Qin Feiyang was trying to frame him. He quickly looked at Dong Yumming and shouted, Commander, don't listen to his nonsense. This has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with you. Apart from you, I really can't think of anyone else in this taboo ocean who has the ability to order these sea beasts and inform them. Dong Yumming was furious and slapped the Underworld King's head. Qin Feiyang, I curse you to die a horrible death. The Underworld King roared, and then with a scream, he died on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. Good kill. The madman clapped and laughed. I killed the spy you sent. What are you so happy about? Dong Yumming looked at the madman gloomily. We said that he was a spy, so he was. Don't you have a brain? If he was really one of us, why would we let him die in your hands? The madman laughed, his words full of mockery. Dong Yumming was surprised. You don't even understand this. It seems that you really have a pig's brain. We found out that you were ambushing here because we were smart. It has nothing to do with the Underworld King. The madman laughed. It has nothing to do with the Underworld King. Dong Yumming's expression froze. Was he fooled by these 3? Unforgivable. Kill them for me. Following his roar, the 8,000-odd members of the Death God Army immediately rushed behind Dong Yumming. They activated their various ultimate mysteries, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas flooded the world. Angry out of humiliation? Hee. To be able to become the commander of the 10th team with such a brain, it seems that the Death God Army isn't much. The madman sneered, and the all-evil sword appeared again. Although on the surface, he had a look of disdain, but in fact, he was very cautious. The Death God Army still had more than 8,000 people left. Each person had 6 ultimate profoundness, which was a total of more than 48,000. And they all had the will of heaven. This was also a very terrifying number. Senior brother, you don't need to do anything to deal with these people. Save the power of all evil for the critical moment in the future. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop the madman and looked up at Dong Yumming's group. Although it had always been said that Qin Feiyang's strength could fight against 3,000 people, in fact, it was far more than that. Because he had the ultimate profoundness of the law of life and death. Also, he had dual will of heaven. These 2 trump cards were able to increase his strength by a few times. Chapter 44:13. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight our entire team alone? Although we've already suffered many casualties, we still have over 8,000 people left. Who are you looking down on? All the members of the Death God Army were enraged by Qin Feiyang's actions. Boom! More than 48,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. The sea region instantly evaporated. It was extremely terrifying. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. I'm going to fight your 10th team alone. I want to see what else the Death God Army can do apart from having more people. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 clones behind him activated their ultimate profundities. 21,000 profundities. Although the number was less than half of the opponents, with the eruption of the dual wills of the Heavenly Tao, the power instantly soared to another level. Dual wills of the Heavenly Tao against the first-level Heavenly Tao was definitely a 1 versus 2 situation. In other words, Qin Feiyang's 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 36,000 ultimate profundities. 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities already had such terrifying power, let alone 3,000 ultimate laws of life and death. The ultimate profundities of life and death were originally stronger than the ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. Coupled with the dual wills of the Heavenly Tao, it meant that Qin Feiyang's 3,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the 9,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities that contained the Heavenly Tao. 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 36,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. 3,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 9,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. In other words, Qin Feiyang's 21,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 45,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate profundities of both sides collided with a loud bang, and an earth-shattering scene instantly appeared. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a torrent. This scene had never been seen before. This was also Qin Feiyang's first time fighting over 8,000 experts who had grasped the Heavenly Tao's will. Crack. Rumble. Ultimate profundities continued to shatter, erupting into resplendent fireworks. The void, the firmament, and the earth here were all beaten into chaos, as if the world had just been created. A contest. In the end, Qin Feiyang was defeated. Although he had 2 wills of the Heavenly Tao and the life and death law's ultimate profundity were very powerful, his opponents were far outnumbered. His 21,000 ultimate profound meanings were equivalent to the enemy's 45,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, the enemy had more than 8,000 people, so they had more than 48,000 ultimate profound meanings. This was the difference in numbers. If the other party had 600 or 700 fewer people, he would have had a chance of winning. Because losing 500 to 600 people was equivalent to losing 3,000 to 4,000 ultimate profundities. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of purple-gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. Elder Qin, Little Qinzi, Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were shocked. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang raised his hand to stop the 2 of them from assisting. He then raised his head to look at the remaining 3,000 ultimate mysteries. These 3,000 ultimate profound meanings were left behind by the members of the Death God Army, and they were charging toward him with shocking power. Although the members of the Death God Army had the upper hand, they didn't feel any joy at this moment. Destroying 45,000 ultimate profound meanings by himself. In the entire Divine Kingdom, apart from Lu Yuntian, who also had 2 wills of the Heavenly Tao and the life and death laws, who else could do this? It was so terrifying that it made them despair. If it was a one-on-one battle, only Lu Yuntian could fight Qin Feiyang. However, they didn't know that Lu Yuntian, who they had placed their hopes on, was actually Qin Feiyang's inner demons. Such a terrifying person must die. This was the thought in the minds of Dong Yuming and the members of the Death God Army. Now, Qin Feiyang had only grasped 6 ultimate profundities, but he already had such terrifying combat strength. If he were to master all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws in the future, how terrifying would he be? There were a total of 9 ultimate profundities, and they were respectively time, space-time, death, life, devour, karma, destruction, nothingness, and light and darkness. It would be fine if this person did not have 3,000 incarnations. After all, it wasn't as if the central dynasty didn't have people who had mastered all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. But, however, having 3,000 incarnations was a different story. Once the 3,000 incarnations were activated, they would be able to activate a total of 27,000 ultimate profundities. Coupled with the dual will of the heavenly way, the 27,000 ultimate profundities would be able to rival 54,000 ultimate profundities of the same level. If his ultimate profundities of the law of life and death were included, when it was time, with Qin Fei Yang's strength alone, he could fight against 63,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. 63,000 profound meanings. Based on the Death God Army's members, if each of them had 6 profound meanings, they would need 11,000 people. 11,000 people had already exceeded the overall combat strength of their 10th squad. This was because their 10th squad, including the 2 commanders, only had 10,002 people. In other words, once Qin Fei Yang mastered all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws, he would be able to destroy an entire squad of the Death God Army with his combat strength alone. What kind of concept was this? Just the thought of it made their scalps turn numb. Therefore, they were determined not to allow this person to continue to grow. Otherwise, who would be able to suppress him in the future? Die! Dong Yuming roared. As the power of laws surged out, all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were activated in an instant. As the commander of the 10th squad, he was naturally more powerful than the members of the Death God Army. He had mastered a total of 8 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. In other words, apart from the law of light and darkness, he had mastered all the ultimate laws. The 8 ultimate profundities tore through the sky and followed behind the 3,000 ultimate profundities, charging toward Qin Fei Yang. Do you think you can kill me just because you have a slight upper hand? Ignorance is really scary. There was a cold glint in Qin Fei Yang's eyes. It was true that he was no match for these people in the collision of ultimate profundities. However, he still had the eye of heaven. Buzz. With a casual wave of his hand, a time formation appeared in the void under his feet. Roar. Following closely. Accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the purple gold dragon soul roared out. The Eye of Heaven was instantly activated. Eye of Heaven. Dong Yuming was shocked. Eye of Heaven, coupled with the time formation, I am an invincible existence. Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. In an instant, Dong Yuming's 8 ultimate profundities and the other 3,000 ultimate profundities were all replicated. Bang! 2 waves of ultimate profundities collided once again. Not only Qin Fei Yang, but Dong Yuming and the 8,000 members of the Death God Army also spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, they were all seriously injured. The 10th squad of the Death God Army only has this much ability. Qin Fei Yang spoke, his eyes full of sarcasm. Dong Yuming clenched his fists tightly. This person's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Such means could no longer be described with the word strong. It was simply abnormal. Since we have already met, leave behind your ultimate profundities. Qin Fei Yang smiled coldly. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and a time formation appeared under their feet. Many purple gold dragon souls roared out, and the Eye of Heaven was activated. What? Dong Yuming's eyes trembled. Qin Fei Yang alone had activated the Eye of Heaven, and he already had such terrifying prowess. Coupled with the 3,000 clones, how terrifying would it be? Now, they did not dare to activate their ultimate profundities. Because once the ultimate profundities were activated, the 3,000 clones would definitely replicate. This was not a matter of doubling or tripling. Because each of the 3,000 clones could replicate their ultimate profundities. One clone could replicate tens of thousands of ultimate profundities. 10 clones could replicate hundreds of thousands of ultimate profundities. How many could 3,000 clones replicate? Unbelievable. Commander, don't hesitate anymore, quickly take out our trump card. A member roared. Trump card? Qin Fei Yang was shocked. What kind of trump card did this person have? Dong Yuming stared at Qin Fei Yang and laughed. You're very strong, But in front of me, your 3,000 clones and Eye of Heaven are useless. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, a terrifying aura rushed out from Dong Yuming's body. Following closely, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. It was colorful and peerless. Is this a sovereign weapon? No. This is the origin force. Old Qin, be careful. Frenzy shouted. This was what they had been afraid of. Although their current strength was very strong, no matter how strong they were no match for the origin force of the Divine Kingdom. Be destroyed for me. Dong Yuming laughed fiercely. The 3-foot-long sword formed by the origin force crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Before it reached him, that terrifying edge directly destroyed Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 clones. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He immediately activated his Will of Heaven and Dual Will of Heaven, turned around, and rushed in front of Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. He swept up the two of them and escaped without looking back. Why are you running? Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the ability, stay and fight me fair and square. Dong Yuming laughed wildly and chased crazily. So what if he had 3,000 clones? So what if he had mastered the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, Dual Will of Heaven and Eye of Heaven? In front of the origin force, he would always be an ant. Chapter 44:14. What bad luck. I wanted to capture them and rob them of their ultimate meaning. But I didn't expect that bastard to still have origin power. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were both furious. How much origin power did the Divine Kingdom leave behind for the Central Dynasty before leaving? With the dual wills of the Great Path, Dong Yuming and the others wouldn't be able to catch up to them. But if Dong Yuming blocked the entrance to the Central Dynasty, then they wouldn't have any hope of entering. Little Qinzi, think of a way. If we don't have the ability to fight against the origin power, it's useless even if we successfully enter the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf frowned. If we don't have the ability to fight against the origin power, as the human sovereign said, then we'll be sending lambs to the tiger's mouth. The madman shook his head. You're thinking too much. How can we fight against the Divine Kingdom's origin power right now? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He wanted to shatter Dong Yuming's origin power with one punch, but his strength didn't allow it. The madman rolled his eyes and suggested, why don't you try using the origin power of the Black Tortoise realm and see how much weaker it is compared to the Divine Kingdom's origin power? It's far from enough. Besides, it's not like you don't know. If I want to control the origin power of the Black Tortoise realm, I first need that brat's permission. Qin Feiyang was helpless. The madman's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like Qin Feiyang, the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm, was a bit useless? He didn't have any real power at all. You were so arrogant before, why are you running now? What a bunch of useless dogs. If you have the guts, fight us head-on like a man. Don't make us look down on you. Not only Dong Yuming, but the members of the Life and Death Army also clamored. Bastard! Who are you calling useless dogs? The white-eyed wolf was furious. Calm down. They're mocking us because they want to provoke us to stop and fight them. Qin Feiyang comforted the white-eyed wolf and turned to look at Dong Yuming and the others, who were getting further and further behind. He sneered and said, You want us to fight with you? Sure, catch up to us if you can. So what if you have mastered the source energy? All you can do is watch us slip away right under your nose. Madman was also a very rational person. Not only was he not enraged, he even looked at Dong Yuming and the others and retorted sarcastically. I won't be angry. I won't be fooled. I'll anger you to death. This infuriated Dong Yuming and the others. Very soon, the three of them shook off the group of people and stopped in the air above a small island. Old Qin, why don't we think of a way to lure Dong Yuming away and then hunt down the members of the Death God Army? The madman's eyes flashed as he chuckled. Lure them away. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He frowned and asked, Who's going to be the bait? Nonsense. The madman and the white-eyed wolf said in unison as they looked at Qin Feiyang. You want me to be the bait? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. You have mastered 2 wills of the heavens and your speed is faster than him. If you don't go, are we going to go? The white-eyed wolf was displeased. If he and the madman wanted to be the bait, They were simply courting death. Don't be so unreasonable. Although I have 2 wills of the heavens, there is still a risk when facing the source energy. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Only with risks will there be gains. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he said helplessly, without my 3,000 incarnations, you can't beat the members of the Death God army. After all, their strength has surpassed yours. Who are you looking down on? Do you think that I absorbed the evil force for tens of thousands of years in the Black Tortoise world for nothing? Let me tell you, if I go all out now, they might not be my match. The madman laughed. Really? Qin Feiyang looked at the madman in doubt. The madman said impatiently, don't dawdle. Just say it. Do you want to be the bait? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, as long as you are confident in capturing the members of the Death God army, I can be the bait. Don't worry. However, to be on the safe side, it's best to let Lin Yi, demon ancestor, and Mu Tianyang come out to help. The madman bared his teeth. With the help of Lin Yi and the other 2's battle souls, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. All right. But you have to ensure their safety. They haven't mastered the wills of the heavens yet, and they don't have much combat power. Qin Feiyang reminded. Don't worry. We will protect them closely. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you go to protect them closely, who will hunt down the members of the Death God army? Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Lin Yi and the other 2 appeared. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Madman, white-eyed wolf. I need your help. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. When Lin Yi and the other 2 heard it, they immediately looked up at the sky above the sea in front of them. Their eyes were full of shock. More than 8,000 members of the Death God army and the power of the origin. This is too terrifying. You guys wait first. With more than 8,000 members of the Death God army, even if we capture all of them alive, we can only get more than 40,000 ultimate profound inheritance. Is it worth taking such a risk? Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Feiyang, madman, and white-eyed wolf were stunned. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my words? Looking at the reaction of the 3, Mu Tianyang was suspicious. I say, Brother Mu, your tone now is really worse than athlete's foot. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Hey, how can you say that? What do you mean by my tone is worse than athlete's foot? You have athlete's foot. Also, according to seniority, you have to call me old ancestor. You actually shamelessly call me brother. Your face is really big. Mu Tianyang's face turned dark. This wolf cub, I really can't communicate with him much. He easily makes people angry. What are you bragging about? I call you brother because I think highly of you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. His eyes turned slightly, and he bared his teeth. Since you are so unwilling, I will just call you Little Yang from now on. Get lost. Mu Tianyang gritted his teeth in anger. Little Yangzi? Why not Little Muzi? What an immoral thing. Enough. Isn't it just a name? Why are you so serious? The demon ancestor comforted Mu Tianyang. Wasn't he looking for trouble by being serious with this wolf cub? Actually, killing these people of the Death God army and depriving them of their ultimate profound is only secondary. The main thing is to weaken the strength of the entire Death God army. If we can wipe out the 10th team this time, there will naturally be less of a threat in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. Mu Tianyang stared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. This reason is more like it. However, Dong Yuming has the origin force. It won't be easy to get rid of him. As long as we can eliminate the members of the 10th team, it doesn't matter whether Dong Yuming is dead or not. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Then think of a way to lure Dong Yuming away. Leave the rest to us. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath. Having the strongest fighting soul wasn't a good thing. Without grasping the will of heaven, they would have to face the Death God army head-on. If not for the fact that they were all veterans, how would they have the courage to face such a terrifying Death God army? It won't be easy to lure Dong Yuming away. After all, he's not stupid. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. The demon ancestor reminded. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. You guys hide first. All right. The group of people nodded and immediately disappeared into the sea below. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he activated the 3000 clones again. Activate the concealment technique and hide. Understood. The 3000 incarnations nodded and activated their concealment arts, instantly disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang looked at the void in front and soon felt a powerful aura rolling over. He immediately activated the concealment technique and hid in the void. Not long later, Dong Yuming led more than 8,000 members of the Death God army and flew over. We've completely lost track of their whereabouts. Commander, what do we do now? An old man glanced at the void and frowned at Dong Yuming. Dong Yuming's face was gloomy and he snorted. Their strength isn't that great, but their escaping skills are top-notch. Hearing this, the members of the Death God army couldn't help but smile bitterly. Putting aside Madman Mo and the golden-winged Wolf King, Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. How could he say that they weren't that great? If it weren't for Dong Yuming's identity, they would have snorted. The only place they can go now is the 4 great continents. Because they can't enter the central dynasty at all. Since we can't catch up now, we'll go to the 4 great continents to find them. I don't believe that they can disappear from the world. Dong Yuming waved his hand and the origin energy disappeared in his body. He then led the group away. Do it. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's voice was filled with strong killing intent. Boom. The next moment, terrifying auras erupted one after another. Qin Feiyang's 3000 clones appeared in the void at the same time. In an instant, more than 20,000 ultimate attacks appeared and crazily attacked the group. What? He actually dares to ambush us here? The group's expression suddenly changed. This person is too bold. In the face of the powerful origin energy, he still dared to do such a counterattack. It was completely unexpected. This person really can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Chapter 44:15. All of you, get out of the way. Dong Yuming was also shocked and hurriedly roared. The Death God army of more than 8,000 people immediately turned around and fled. Clang. Accompanied by a loud ear-piercing sound, the 3-foot-long sword formed by the origin energy appeared. It was mighty and actually blocked all the ultimate ultimacies. Rumble. The collision of the ultimate ultimacies and the 3-foot-long sword caused a destructive wave to erupt. Although the Death God army of more than 8,000 people escaped in time, they were still affected. All of them were in a complete mess, and blood flowed from their bodies. Looking at this scene, Dong Yuming clenched his fists, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. If it weren't for the power of Source, Qin Feiyang's counterattack this time might have caused them to be completely annihilated. Smart mind, terrifying means. Furthermore, he had the guts and courage to counterattack even in the face of the Death God army. All of these made one's scalp tingle. If this person was not eliminated now, he would be a greater threat in the future. Boom. Killing intent surged in Dong Yuming's eyes. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand burst out with dazzling 5-colored divine light. Streaks of terrifying light swept across the world. Qin Feiyang's more than 20,000 ultimate ultimacies actually all collapsed in an instant. Little bastard, even if I have to go to heaven or hell today, I will kill you and destroy your soul. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. He roared and did not activate the ultimate ultimacy. He directly held the 3-foot-long sword and charged toward Qin Feiyang. Because of the origin energy, there was no need to activate the ultimate ultimacy. The power of the origin source could crush everything. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Looking at the 3,000 clones, he said to himself, "Run." Whoosh. At that moment, the 3,000 clones activated the instant time and dual heaven Dao wills and fled in all directions. Qin Feiyang was also mixed in with the 3,000 clones. Because the 3,000 clones, regardless of height or appearance, were exactly the same as him. As long as he did not utter a word and mixed in with the 3,000 clones, no one would know who was his real body. Trying to escape again? But now, Madman Mo and Golden Wing Wolf King aren't here, and Qin Feiyang himself hasn't spoken either. With so many clones, which one is his real body? The members of the Death God army gathered in the distance looked at Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 clones in surprise. As expected. For a moment, they couldn't tell which one was Qin Feiyang's true body. Who cares which one of them is the real body? Kill them all. Dong Yuming sneered. With a slash of his sword, more than a dozen incarnations were annihilated on the spot. Following closely, he did not stop and continued to attack the other incarnations. Dong Yuming watched as his clones were destroyed one after another, only to discover that none of them were Qin Feiyang's true body. Dong Yuming gradually started to feel a little restless. As for the members of the Death God army, they did not dare to help. First, the 3-foot-long sword formed from the power of the origin was too powerful. It would affect them as well. Secondly, they did not have the power of origin, so they were no match for Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, right now, they did not dare to activate the ultimate profound. Because once the ultimate profound was activated, Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 clones would immediately activate the Eye of Heaven. Their strongest method was the ultimate profound. Now that they did not even dare to activate the ultimate profound, they naturally did not have the courage to help. Chasing after the 3,000 incarnations made the restless Dong Yuming not realize that he was getting further and further away from the members of the Death God army. Let's quickly follow. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to help the commander. Moreover, Madman Mo and Golden-Winged Wolf King did not appear. Perhaps there is a conspiracy, a middle-aged man from the Death God army said. Everyone nodded. But at this time, the sea below set off huge waves that covered the sky. Accompanied by 2 terrifying auras, 2 figures soared high into the sky. More than 8,000 people were shocked as they looked down. If it was not the madman and the white-eyed wolf, who else could it be? You guys are quite smart. We do have a conspiracy. But this conspiracy is not targeted at Dong Yuming, but at you guys. The madman laughed. The power of all evil surged, as if it was the incarnation of evil, causing people to be unable to help but feel terrified. Targeting us? With just the 2 of you? Don't tell me you guys think you are Qin Feiyang. Grasping 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, the Eye of Heaven, and dual will of heaven? You guys are overestimating yourselves. With the strength of our 10th team, killing you 2 trash is as easy as killing a dog. The 8,000 people of the Death God army sneered. These were the stupidest people they had ever seen. Facing more than 8,000 people, not only did they not run for their lives, but they actually took the initiative to send themselves to death. Since they wanted to die so much, they would fulfill their wish. Killing you guys, I believe Qin Feiyang will definitely be in pain. Trash, go to hell. The group of people laughed contemptuously as they prepared to activate their ultimate profound. If they really activated their ultimate profound, the white-eyed wolf and the madman would definitely be doomed. After all, more than 8,000 people meant that there were more than 48,000 ultimate profound meanings. And they all contained the will of heaven. This was also the reason why these people were so confident. However, the madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at this scene without any panic. They were very calm. There was even a hint of mockery at the corner of their mouths. Who is the one overestimating themselves? Who is the stupid one? Who is the real trash? Let's wait and see. Swoosh. Just as the group's ultimate profound was about to take shape, another 3 figures swept out from the sea below. That's right. It was Lin Yi, the demon ancestor, and Mu Tianyang. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Despair, and the Eye of Evil were instantly activated. Some people's minds instantly went blank, and their memories were forcibly deprived. Some people also directly fell into the abyss of despair, unable to extricate themselves. The remaining people were dominated by the Eye of Evil and fell into a state of madness. Yes, at this moment, more than 8,000 people of the Death God army were all dominated by the 3 strongest battle souls. The ultimate profound that was about to take shape also collapsed on the spot. Now they, especially those who were dominated by the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Oblivion, it was equivalent to losing the consciousness of self-protection and standing there waiting to be beaten. Hurry up. They all have the will of heaven. We can't control them for long. Mu Tianyang urged. Don't worry. Even an instant is enough. The madman smiled. With a wave of his big hand, the all-evil sword appeared out of thin air, exuding a sharp edge that wasn't very terrifying. But it was more than enough to kill these people who were dominated by the 3 battle souls and couldn't activate their ultimate profound clang. Like a divine sword unsheathed. The all-evil sword turned into a flash of light and killed in an instant. The peerless edge directly drowned the group of people. Screams also sounded. In an instant, more than 8,000 people's bodies were all shattered by the all-evil sword. Even their souls were mostly obliterated by the edge of the all-evil sword. You didn't expect that you would fall in the hands of idiots like us. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly and leaped, not giving these people any chance to self-destruct their souls. The power of law surged out and suppressed the remnant souls of this group of people. How could this be? What exactly happened just now? The group of people was terrified to the extreme. They thought that they could easily kill these 2 people, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become prisoners of the other party. The biggest mistake you have made is that you only have Qin Feiyang in your eyes, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, thus ignoring our existence. Our eye of evil, eye of despair, and eye of oblivion are not to be trifled with. Mu Tianyang looked at the group of people and sneered. Eye of despair, eye of oblivion, eye of evil. The group of people trembled. They had heard of the eye of despair and eye of evil, but they didn't expect that even the eye of oblivion had evolved. As expected, the real idiots were them. They even ignored these few strongest fighting souls. In the blink of an eye, Dong Yuming, who was chasing after Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations, felt the aura of the all-evil sword and immediately stopped, turning his head to look at the void behind him. Therefore, he saw with his own eyes that the all-evil sword killed more than 8,000 people. And he also saw with his own eyes that the white-eyed wolf suppressed more than 8,000 people's souls. This scene caused him to almost go mad. He had never expected that Qin Feiyang and the others' targets were actually the members under his command. If he still didn't understand by now, then he would be hopelessly stupid. This was obviously a trap set by Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang took action and lured him away. Madman Mo, the golden-winged wolf king, and the demon ancestor took the opportunity to attack his subordinates. What a good plan. At this moment, Qin Feiyang finally stood up and looked at Dong Yuming with a smile. You even forgot about the safety of your subordinates. It seems that you really want to kill me. Dong Yuming clenched his fists and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang. If his eyes could kill, at this moment, his eyes would definitely have turned Qin Feiyang into ashes. But don't be angry. Because even if it was someone like Dong Qingyuan, he wouldn't have thought that we would dare to do this. After all, in our current situation, most people would choose to run for their lives. Who would dare to set a trap and scheme against you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Dong Yuming was both angry and scared. What kind of monsters were they? They were already in a life-and-death situation, but they could still do something so unexpected. Was this the opponent that the Central Dynasty was about to face? Chapter 44:16. Just as Dong Yuming was distracted, Qin Feiyang activated Dual Will of Heaven and Instant Time, instantly passing over Dong Yuming's head. Let's meet again if fate allows. Following closely, he rushed toward Madman and the others without looking back. As for the other 3,000 clones, they activated their ultimate meanings and swarmed toward Dong Yuming. Go to hell! Dong Yuming roared. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand tore in all directions. The 3,000 incarnations and their ultimate meaning were annihilated on the spot. Immediately, he turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang's back. His eyes flashed with strong murderous intent as he murmured, "If I don't kill you, I, Dong Yuming, swear I'm not human." Swoosh. At that moment, he activated the momentary time and chased after them madly. Still not giving up. Qin Feiyang frowned. After falling into his hands twice, this person had obviously lost his mind. Because a slightly rational person would choose to give up directly. After all, he had mastered Dual Will of Heaven. How could he catch up with him with only one level of Will of Heaven? Soon, he met up with Madman and the others. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Mu Tianyang, demon ancestor, Lin Yi, and more than 8,000 sealed remnant souls to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he rolled up the white-eyed wolf and madman and escaped with lightning speed. Is this person crazy? He's still chasing us. White-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at Dong Yuming, who was like a madman, and couldn't help but frown. It doesn't matter. Soon, we can get rid of him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, if they meet again in the future, he had to be careful. Because a crazy person could do anything. Don't run. Stop right there. If you have the guts, stop and fight to the death with me. Looking at Qin Feiyang's group getting farther and farther away, Dong Yuming was mad with hatred. But at the same time, he was helpless in his heart. Although he had tried his best, he couldn't catch up with these three people. I won't let you go, I won't. The angry him seemed to be possessed by the devil. He roared at the sky as the 3-foot-long sword madly slashed around. The void here and the sky were collapsing. The waves rose tens of thousands of feet high. It was like the scene of the end. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang's group stopped above an island. It's safe now. Madman looked at the void behind him and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Even if he has 2 pairs of wings, he won't be able to catch up with us. White-eyed wolf had a look of disdain. Wings? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Speaking, they thought. They remembered the wings. These wings, these wingses. But they didn't it. Wolf asked. Frenzy asked curiously, Brother Wolf, do the wings on your back have any other uses other than increasing your speed? What? Wolf immediately looked at Madman warily. I'm not going to steal your wings. Why are you looking at me like I'm a thief? Madman glared at him angrily. Wolf laughed and shook his head. These wings have no other use but to increase my speed. You've seen it yourself. This is something you can't be envious of. Who's envious? Madman pursed his lips. But to be honest, he was a little envious. Because Wolf's wings could increase his instant time speed. Moreover, it could be fused with the real instant time. In other words, he could activate his instant times and wings at the same time. Although this speed couldn't be compared to Qin Feiyang's dual will of the heavens, it was basically an unsurpassable existence for others. Qin Dage, there's something I need to report to you. At this moment, Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Did you not persuade your sister-in-law to accept the inheritance of the laws of light and darkness? It's not about that. Sister-in-law has already accepted the inheritance of the laws of light and darkness. Fire Lotus said. Then what's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, Long Chen received a piece of news when he robbed the members of the Death God army. News? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Everyone who came this time left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty in advance. Fire Lotus said. What? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That was really unexpected. What's wrong? Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf saw Qin Feiyang's abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Qin Feiyang said, Fire Lotus said that the members of the Death God army all left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. No way. They are members of the Death God army. Why would they do such a thing? The two were stunned. They thought that they could destroy a small team, but they didn't expect that not a single one of them died. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down. Actually, it doesn't matter if you think about it. Anyway, these people have already been robbed of their ultimate divine souls. Even if they are still alive, they can't do anything. Frenzy was slightly taken aback and nodded. That makes sense. Being robbed of their ultimate divine souls was equivalent to being crippled. In fact, it was equivalent to being wiped out. Speaking of which, the 1,000 people who died in our hands at the beginning were really lucky. Although they died the earliest, at least they kept their ultimate divine souls. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Indeed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy both nodded. The 1,000 people who died at the beginning could be considered a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, they would have been robbed of their ultimate divine souls. The 10th team of the Death God Army had 10,000 members. Now, there are only 1,000 left. This is good news for us. Next, are we going to continue to the Central Dynasty? White-Eyed Wolf asked. Of course. However, whether we can succeed or not will depend on our luck. Qin Feiyang whispered and asked, Fire Lotus, did the members of the Death God Army lose their ultimate divine souls? Yes. Fire Lotus replied. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It had only been an hour. An hour outside is many years in the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus smiled. Did Long Chen say anything? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. No. Fire Lotus replied. That's good. Since their ultimate divine souls have been robbed, there's no need to keep them alive. Let's get rid of them, Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Fire Lotus replied and headed to the Soul Sealing Valley. Let's continue. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf. He then activated 2 wills of the Great Path and headed deeper into the ocean. Do we still need to activate 2 wills of the Great Path? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Of course. We have to reach the entrance of the Central Dynasty before Dong Yuming. Otherwise, with him blocking the way, it will be harder for us to get in. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Although Dong Yuming had grasped 8 ultimate divine souls, it was nothing in front of them. However, they had to be wary of the origin energy in his hands. Actually, I'm not that worried about Dong Yuming. I'm most worried about the sea beasts in the Taboo Ocean. If these sea beasts continue to report to the Central Dynasty, the chances of us entering the Central Dynasty will be even lower. Frenzy frowned. This kind of thing can't be avoided. We can't kill all the sea beasts in the Taboo Ocean, right? Moreover, we don't have the energy or time. Let's just take it one step at a time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Several days later, after traveling at lightning speed, a floating island appeared in the sky of the sea region ahead. Qin Feiyang and company stopped and looked up at the island. This island in the void was not big, only about a few miles in size. One could clearly see the towering trees on the island, and it was lush green. Look below. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly pointed below the island. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked down and saw a stone door standing on the sea below the island. This stone door was several hundred feet tall and was completely black. It gave off an ancient aura. Could this be the entrance to the Central Dynasty? Frenzy was surprised. It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was because there was a stone door standing on the surface of the sea. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little out of place. Then what's the use of the floating island? White-Eyed Wolf looked up at the floating island with suspicion in his eyes. Frenzy thought for a while before a cold light flashed in his eyes. There can't be someone hiding on the island, right? Why don't we go up and take a look? Qin Feiyang stepped out and headed straight for the floating island. Halt, intruder. But at this moment, the voice of an old man rang out. It came from the floating island in the sky. There really is someone. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they continued flying towards the floating island. With their current strength, as long as it wasn't the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, they weren't afraid. Boom. The existence on the island seemed to be a bit angry. A terrifying aura exploded and turned into an invisible wave that rolled toward Qin Feiyang and company. You overestimate yourselves. Frenzy snorted coldly. His aura roared and collided with that aura. Poof. However, Frenzy spat out a mouthful of blood. That aura is stronger than mine. It seems that the other party has mastered at least 7 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Frenzy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at White-Eyed Wolf. Boom. In the next moment, White-Eyed Wolf's aura also exploded. The aura of the 2 joined forces and blasted toward the floating island. Chapter 44:17. The White-Eyed Wolf and the Madman both grasped the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws. Facing the joint attack of the 2, the other party was naturally no match for them and easily crushed them. Humph. The existence on the island also let out a muffled sound. Obviously. It also suffered some injuries. You actually dare to stop us? You're courting death. The madman chuckled. Just as the three were about to step into the floating island. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out. Following closely, a light screen appeared at the edge of the island. This light screen was multicolored and dazzling to the eyes. Looking at this light screen, Qin Feiyang and the other two retreated like they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were filled with fear. Looking at the entire divine kingdom, the only thing that could make them so terrified was the origin source. That's right. The barrier that appeared at the edge of the island was formed by the origin source of the divine kingdom. There's origin source. It seems that this place is really the entrance to the central dynasty. The madman glanced at the island and then stared at the stone gate below. His eyes flickered. That's right. This is the entrance to the central dynasty. But don't even think about stepping into the central dynasty. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, an old man with blood-red hair walked out from the floating island. Standing behind the barrier, he looked down at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked up. The blood-haired old man gave them a cold feeling, like a ruthless death god. Old thing, you're the one guarding the entrance? The madman asked. Are young people nowadays so rude? The blood-haired old man's eyes turned cold. So rude? What do you mean? Could it be that there are other young people coming here? The madman was surprised. It couldn't be that mysterious young man, right? The blood-haired old man didn't answer and said coldly, if you know what's good for you, scram immediately, otherwise. Otherwise what? The madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf also pursed their lips into a smile. Was he trying to threaten them? Young man, don't be too arrogant. This old man knows your origins. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King. However, there is a barrier formed by the origin energy here. Can you break in? The blood-red clothed old man sneered. Who are you looking down on? Madman was furious. All kinds of ultimate profound meanings were activated. Together with the power to destroy the heaven and earth, they attacked the stone gate below the island. Boom. A barrier also appeared on the stone door. It was also colorful and emitted an astonishing aura. Clearly, it was formed from the origin energy. The various ultimate mysteries struck the barrier. However, they did not even cause the slightest ripple. The madman's eyes darkened and he activated his power of law. It turned into a huge wave that smashed into the void on both sides of the stone door. But, no matter where he attacked, there was a barrier formed by the origin energy. Don't waste your energy. The entire central dynasty is under the protection of the origin power. You can think of it as the central dynasty being an iron bucket. Without this old man's permission, no one can step into the central dynasty. The blood-haired old man looked down at the three with a sneer on his face. Madman frowned and was about to attack again. Qin Feiyang stopped the madman and shook his head. If the entire central dynasty is really under the protection of the origin energy, then we can't break in with our strength. Yes. In comparison, Qin Feiyang is more rational. The blood-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked up at the blood-haired old man. He mocked, however, is it true that no one can enter the central dynasty? If I'm not wrong, my ancestor, Qin Batian, should be in the central dynasty right now. He was only probing with these words. He really wanted to know if the mysterious young man had entered the central dynasty or not. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the blood-haired old man clenched his fists and a trace of anger could be seen on his face. These abnormal changes were all clearly captured by Qin Feiyang. He sighed inwardly, senior martial brother, you ingrate. It looks like we can only stand here and watch. Because the blood-haired old man's reaction was enough to prove that the mysterious young man had entered the central dynasty. Why didn't he call us? The madman was a bit annoyed. Without the mysterious young man's origin energy, they couldn't break the barrier at all. Doesn't this person always do things alone? White-eyed Wolf shook his head helplessly. To be honest, sometimes, he was quite envious of the young man. No matter where it was, he would go whenever he wanted to, just like a wild crane that was free to roam. Most importantly, no matter how terrifying the place was, No one could stop him. Give up while it's still early. The blood-haired old man sneered and turned to leave. It seemed that he was very confident in the barrier here. What a cocky old man. The madman was very unhappy. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said playfully, "Don't you want to know the situation of the Death God Legion's 10th team? You guys met them?" The blood-haired old man paused and turned to ask the madman. "Not only did we meet them, but we also fought them." The madman bared his teeth. Fought them? The blood-haired old man was shocked. How did he manage to come to the Central Dynasty unscathed after fighting the 10th squad? You're surprised, right? Because you must have thought that if we met them, we would have been in a sorry state. But now, we appeared in front of you without any injuries. The madman laughed and the playful look on his face became even stronger. The blood-haired old man was silent, but his face was extremely gloomy. "I'm sorry that it didn't go as you wished. In this encounter, not only did they fail to kill us, they were completely annihilated." The madman laughed wildly. "What?" The blood-haired old man's eyes trembled. "Wiped out? How was that possible?" This time, the entire 10th team went. Including the commander, there were a total of 10,001 people. Furthermore, at that time, when Dong Yuming had passed by this place, he had personally told him that he had a strand of source energy. Such a lineup was actually completely annihilated by these three people. If that was true, then it was too exaggerated. You're surprised by this? Then if this daddy told you that I robbed them of their ultimate meaning, wouldn't you be unable to stand still? The madman laughed. Being arrogant in front of this daddy? Do you have the strength and capital to do so? You're just relying on your origin force. If you have the ability, then come out from behind the barrier and see how this daddy will kill you. Rob them of their ultimate meaning, as expected. Hearing the madman's words, the blood-haired old man trembled. Death wasn't scary, because these people from the Death God Legion had left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. But robbing them of their ultimate meaning was worse than death. Impossible. Dong Yuming has his origin force. No matter how strong you are, you can't compete with his origin force. You're trying to anger this old man. Let this old man come out and fight with you. Don't be so naive. This old man isn't that stupid. The blood-haired old man shook his head. Haha, the madman laughed and mocked. You really think too highly of yourself. You don't believe me, right? Don't worry, Dong Yuming will be back soon. At that time, he will tell you whether this is true or not. Dong Yuming isn't dead. The blood-haired old man was surprised. He's indeed not dead. But now, I'm afraid he's in a pain worse than death. After all, we kidnapped more than 8,000 members of the Death God Legion right under his nose. The madman laughed. Looking at the blood-haired old man's face that kept changing, his heart was filled with joy. More than 8,000 members. Could it be that this matter is true? The blood-haired old man muttered. He really didn't dare to believe this fact. If even the entire 10th squad of the Death God army, together with the origin energy, could not do anything to these people, then who else could? Could it be? Were they really going to mobilize the entire Death God Legion? One had to know. In the history of the Divine Kingdom, not to mention the entire Death God Legion, even a small team was something that had never happened before. Why don't we have a talk? The madman's eyes flashed as he looked at the blood-haired old man and said, "Talk about what?" The blood-haired old man frowned. The madman smiled and said, "Let us enter the Central Dynasty and we'll give you a good fortune." "Let you enter the Central Dynasty?" The blood-haired old man laughed angrily and said, "Do you think this old man is stupid? If these people were to enter the Central Dynasty, wouldn't they stir up chaos in the Central Dynasty? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The good fortune that we'll give you is very tempting." The madman laughed. Ha. When the blood-haired old man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh hoarsely. As an important figure in the Central Dynasty who also controlled the will of heaven, he had everything he wanted. Even the inheritance of the ultimate profound, as long as he asked the emperor would give it to him without hesitation. Now, this person actually said that he would give him a good fortune? What a shameless boast. Don't be in a hurry to laugh. The gate of potential, you should know about it. The madman raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The gate of potential? The blood-haired old man was stunned and said with a frown, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Who in the world doesn't know about the gate of potential?" Yes. As long as you're human, you will know about the gate of potential. But how many people in the world have opened the gate of potential? It just so happens that we have a way to open the gate of potential in our hands. The madman laughed. What? The blood-haired old man was surprised. A way to open the gate of potential? You must be kidding. Chapter 44:18. Do you know why we're so outstanding? Do you know why old Qin was able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? Actually, it's because we've already opened the gate of potential. And it's the gate of potential. Madman laughed loudly, his expression filled with arrogance. Impossible. The blood-haired old man shook his head. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? That easy to fool? You don't believe me? Madman bared his teeth and took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy chest. The potential mark on his chest appeared in front of the blood-haired old man's eyes. This is really a potential mark. The blood-haired old man stared at the potential mark on Madman's body with disbelief. This couldn't have been painted on, right? The ingrate also grinned and tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the potential imprint. There's actually a potential mark. The blood-haired old man's eyes trembled. Madman smiled and said, "If you suspect that we drew it, you can come over and wipe it to see if it can be erased." At this moment, Madman's words seemed to have a magical power. When the blood-haired old man heard this, he walked over to the barrier and took out a token. The command medallion was the size of an adult's palm. It was multicolored and contained a trace of origin energy. Looking at this token, Qin Feiyang and the other two's eyes lit up. Without a doubt. This token must be the key to opening the barrier. In other words, as long as they could obtain this token, they could freely enter and exit the central dynasty. Yes. Quickly come out. Madman laughed. As long as the blood-haired old man stepped out of the barrier, the token would be theirs. Seeing the blood-haired old man grabbing the token and preparing to open the barrier, he suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at the token in his hand, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had almost ruined everything. It could only be said that the charm of the potential mark was too great. Damn you. Madman looked at this scene and almost went berserk. Who? The blood-haired old man took a deep breath and calmed the lingering fear in his heart. He put away the token in his hand and sneered, "What a few cunning little foxes, I almost fell for your trick. Fooled. Do you really think that these potential imprints were drawn by us?" Madman sneered. So what if it's true? This old man has mastered 9 supreme laws. I don't care at all. As for the law of life and death, aside from Qin Feiyang, have any of you comprehended it? I don't think so. Doesn't this mean that even if you open all the doors of potential, you might not necessarily be able to comprehend the law of life and death? The blood-haired old man looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and sneered, then he turned and left. This old fart is really stubborn. Madman was a bit annoyed. He could even resist the temptation of the gate of potential. It seemed that he had underestimated this person's mentality. From beginning to end. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Because he had long expected that Madman's method wouldn't work, he had been thinking of other methods. Suddenly, his expression froze. It was as if he had overlooked someone. This person was Lin Yi. In the past, it was indeed difficult to enter the central dynasty, but it was different now. Now, Lin Yi's battle soul had evolved. Even if the other party had mastered the will of heavenly Tao, she could forcibly deprive a moment of memory. A moment of effort was enough for them to control the blood-haired old man, open the barrier, and enter the central dynasty. I remember your eyes of oblivion. Not only can you deprive others of their memory, but you can also control others. Qin Feiyang immediately transmitted his voice to Lin Yi in the Black Tortoise world. Yes. After depriving the memory, the other party's mind will be blank. Taking advantage of this blank opportunity, I can control the other party. Lin Yi responded. Okay. Get ready. I need your help. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He quickly looked at the blood-haired old man who turned and left and shouted, "Wait." The madman and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What is this kid trying to do? The blood-haired old man frowned, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and sneered, "Don't waste your time. This old man will not betray the divine kingdom for the gate of potential. Don't worry. I have prepared a gift for you." Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and smiled. As his voice fell, Lin Yi appeared. Moreover, she had activated the Eyes of Oblivion in advance. Therefore, with her appearance, the Eyes of Oblivion directly locked onto the blood-haired old man. The blood-haired old man's mind went blank in an instant, and he stood there sluggishly. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Yes. Lin Yi's Eyes of Oblivion had evolved. She could forcibly deprive the other party of their memory. Although there was a barrier between them and the blood-haired old man, the Eyes of Oblivion would work as long as the gaze locked onto the other party. Why didn't I think of this before? How stupid. Lin Yi looked at the blood-haired old man and said, "I am your master, and you are my servant. Open the barrier for me now." This was equivalent to fabricating another memory in the blood-haired old man's blank memory. Although these memories were fake, the blood-haired old man would believe it without the original memory. Yes. The blood-haired old man responded respectfully, took out the token again, and pressed it on the barrier. Buzz. Immediately, the barrier bloomed with dazzling divine light. Immediately after, the barrier cracked quickly, but at this moment, there was a hint of struggle in the blood-haired old man's face. Not good. He is about to break free from the control of the Eyes of Oblivion. Quickly grab the token, the madman shouted. There was no need for the madman to say this. Looking at the blood-haired old man's struggle, Qin Feiyang immediately activated the dual will of heavenly Tao and momentary time. He instantly landed in front of the barrier, stretched out his big hand from the crack, and grabbed the token. It was at this moment. The blood-haired old man completely woke up. Looking at the cracked barrier, looking at Qin Feiyang in front of him, and seeing that Qin Feiyang had already grabbed the token, his face changed drastically, and he quickly blasted a pun. Even if this token was destroyed, it couldn't fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang. Sorry, the owner of this token is already me. Qin Feiyang firmly grasped the token. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stepped into the floating island through the crack and landed in front of the blood-haired old man. Damn it! Return the divine kingdom token to me. The blood-haired old man roared. The 9 ultimate mysteries were activated, crazily pouncing on Qin Feiyang. Not bad. And the ultimate mysteries of the law of light and darkness. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Before this old man was arrogant, he didn't retreat. Because there was a barrier between them. But now, he had already crossed the barrier and entered the floating island. He had already entered the floating island, and the old man still dared to attack him? Wasn't this courting death? Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws were activated at the same time. The dual will of heavenly Tao erupted, directly crushing over. Immediately. Accompanied by a scream, the blood-haired old man's body shattered on the spot, and blood splattered in the sky. I can't die. I must immediately inform the Emperor about the token being stolen. The blood-haired old man's soul roared in his heart, turned around, and began to flee frantically. His face was full of anxiety. Escape. At this time, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Lin Yi also rushed into the floating island. Frenzy smiled ferociously. Activating Moment of Time, he instantly caught up with the blood-haired old man and slapped him. It turned out that the blood-haired old man's soul was still intact, but with Frenzy's slap, it immediately turned into a remnant soul. You deserve to die 1,000 times. The blood-haired old man roared. We deserve to die 1,000 times? Are you fucking talking in your sleep? Frenzy slapped again. With a wail, the remnant soul dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of soul. Don't torture him, lest he self-destructs his soul. We still need his law of light and darkness. Moreover, with him here, he definitely won't be like the members of the Death God Legion, leaving behind their souls in advance to save their lives. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The floating island was protected by the barrier of the origin power. No place was safer than here, so no matter who it was, they would definitely not split their soul in advance to save their lives. Yes. The law of light and darkness can't be wasted. Frenzy slapped his head and immediately suppressed the last wisp of the blood-haired old man's soul. Qin Feiyang looked at the token in his hand with a smile on his face. He turned to look at Lin Yi next to him and smiled. "Girl, you have made a great contribution this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you." Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Lin Yi with a smile. Without Lin Yi's eyes of oblivion, they would never have the chance to grab this token, let alone enter the Central Dynasty. "I don't lack anything now. What reward do I want?" Lin Yi shook her head and laughed. If it were in the past, she might ask for the ultimate esoteric inheritance or the elixir to open the door of potential. But now, the door of potential had already been opened. The ultimate esoteric inheritance, Qin Feiyang had already given it to her. She really couldn't think of anything else she wanted. "Okay. I'll record this credit for you here first. Wait a minute. Doesn't this person master the ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness? Or, this ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness is your reward?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Lin Yi was taken aback slightly and hesitated. "Why don't you give it to Mu Tianyang first? Because they want it more than me? Little girl, are you stupid? They are always outsiders. How can you give it to them first?" White-Eyed Wolf glared at Lin Yi. After this little lass lost her memories, she had become a little too naive, hadn't she? "It's decided. This ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness is yours. You take this person's soul to the Black Tortoise world and let Long Chen help to extract it. Let me tell you, if you dare to give it to Mu Tianyang in private, I will not spare you." White-Eyed Wolf said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly and took the blood-haired old man's remnant soul from Frenzy. Then, Lin Yi was sent to the Black Tortoise world by Qin Feiyang. Chapter 44:19. The Divine Kingdom Token. The madman stretched out his hand and bared his teeth. "Let me have a look." Qin Feiyang threw it to the madman. The madman grabbed the Divine Kingdom Token and carefully observed it for a moment before nodding. It wasn't an illusion. It contains the aura of origin power. In other words, this Divine Kingdom Token might have been tempered by the origin power. The White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. "Most likely." The madman nodded. The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes were filled with curiosity. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me have a look. I'll see if I can crush it." If it was really tempered by the origin power, this Divine Kingdom Token would definitely be as hard as the Divine Kingdom Gate. "Are you kidding me?" The madman rolled his eyes when he heard this. He even specially came to see if he could crush the Divine Kingdom Token. Was there something wrong with his brain? What if it really did break? Qin Feiyang was also speechless. This damn wolf cub really dared to think of anything. Let's see if there are any treasures on this floating island. If there aren't, let's quickly enter the Central Dynasty. The madman released his divine sense and instantly enveloped the entire island. The full appearance of the island immediately appeared in front of them. This island was indeed not big, but the vegetation was very dense. There were no other creatures on the island. It was dead silent. However, in the center of the island, there was 100-meter-tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the madman saw a cave abode. However, the cave abode was also empty. They could only feel the aura of a time array. In short, after searching the entire island, they didn't find any rare treasures. It seems that this island is purely that old man's cultivation place. It's just a place of cultivation, yet it's protected by a barrier of source energy. How extravagant. The madman pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The barrier here isn't protecting the island, but the old man's personal safety. After all, it's still very risky for him to guard this place. Speaking of this old man, we can't kill him yet, right? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Why? Madman was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf said, if we kill this old man, won't Dong Yuming be able to guess that we have already entered the Central Dynasty when he returns and sees that the old man is gone? Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're not expecting us to sneak into the central dynasty, are you? In any case, no one will see this old man fall into our hands. As long as we keep him here, who will know that we've already entered the central dynasty? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Naive. Look at the sea below. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He looked around and his expression froze. It turned out that there were already many sea beasts lurking in the water, staring at them. In other words, everything they had done had been seen by the sea beasts. Sigh. Looks like I was too naive. It's impossible to sneak into the central dynasty without anyone noticing. White-eyed wolf could not help but shake his head and sigh. Let's go. Enter the central dynasty. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the central dynasty people will react when they know that we have broken in. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He took the Divine Kingdom token from Madman's hand and stepped onto the edge of the island. He activated the barrier and the three of them jumped down and landed in front of the stone door. The stone gate was as tall as a mountain. Qin Feiyang and the other two stood below the stone gate and could not help but feel small. The mad scientist said, with the Divine Kingdom token, we don't have to specially enter through this stone gate. We can enter from other places. Logically speaking, that should be the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and pressed the Divine Kingdom token into the space between the stone gate. Buzz. A 5-colored light screen appeared out of nowhere. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were looking forward to it. They were about to enter the central dynasty and were somewhat excited. However, as time passed, the light screen between the stone gates did not break. What's going on? Why can't it open? Qin Feiyang and the other two were confused. If the barrier of the island above could be opened, why couldn't the stone gate to the central dynasty? Could it be that the Divine Kingdom token can only open the barrier of the island above? The mad scientist was surprised. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. If that was the case, wouldn't they have done all this for nothing? I don't believe it. The white-eyed wolf took the Divine Kingdom token from Qin Feiyang and ran to the two sides of the stone gate and pressed the Divine Kingdom token into the air. A 5-colored light screen also appeared in the air. However, just like the stone gate, the 5-colored light screen did not show any signs of opening. What's going on? The three frowned. The stone gate could not be opened. The 5-colored light screen on the two sides of the stone gate could not be opened either. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom token could only open the barrier of the island above? Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly seemed to notice something and looked up at the top of the stone gate. In the center of the door frame above, there was a palm-sized groove. A groove? Qin Feiyang observed carefully and found that the shape and size of the groove were similar to the Divine Kingdom token. Could it be that I have to insert the Divine Kingdom token into the groove to open the door? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf and urged, "Give me the Divine Kingdom token." The white-eyed wolf ran over and threw the Divine Kingdom token to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Divine Kingdom token and jumped into the air. He landed in front of the door frame above and gently inserted the Divine Kingdom token into the groove. Sure enough, the size matched perfectly. As the Divine Kingdom token entered the groove, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Then, the colorful light between the stone gate slowly dissipated. So the mechanism is here. The madman and the white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. The Divine Kingdom token was equivalent to a key, and the groove was equivalent to a keyhole. They needed to be combined to open the door. You guys go in first, Qin Feiyang said. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and stepped through the stone gate and landed in the sky above the sea. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also took out the Divine Kingdom token. The moment the Divine Kingdom token was taken out, the light curtain between the stone gate quickly reappeared. Qin Feiyang rushed in and landed beside the white-eyed wolf and the madman. He turned around and saw that the light curtain had completely recovered and the stone gate was sealed again. We finally entered the central dynasty. The air here is no different from the 4 great continents. The white-eyed wolf scanned the endless sea and grinned. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other speechlessly. They were all on the same continent. How much difference could there be? From what they had seen so far, the biggest difference was that the energy of the crystal veins and soul veins in the Central Dynasty was stronger than in the four great continents. The madman looked up at the door and said, "Old Qin, look, there is also a groove on the door frame here. Both sides. Looks like this stone gate is really the only way between the Central Dynasty and the four great continents." Qin Feiyang whispered. Although both sides of the stone gate led to the Forbidden Ocean, the Divine Kingdom token could only open the barrier between the stone gates. So this was the only way out. Now that the old man is in our hands and there is no one else on the floating island, when Dong Yuming comes back, he won't be able to return to the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf asked. No one will open the gate for him, so he won't be able to return to the Central Dynasty for now. But there must be more than one Divine Kingdom token. When the news gets out, the Emperor of the Central Dynasty will definitely send someone to guard it. Maybe then this Divine Kingdom token will lose its effect. Qin Feiyang played with the Divine Kingdom token in his hand and smiled. Lose its effect? The white-eyed wolf and the madman paused. Yeah. Think about it. If it were you and someone took the key to your house, wouldn't you immediately change the key and lock? Qin Feiyang smiled. The madman was shocked. So if we come in now, we won't be able to leave the Central Dynasty in the future. That is indeed what I mean. But don't worry too much. That's because they don't know how we managed to obtain the Sacred Country badge. The next time we need to leave the Central Dynasty, we can just grab the new Divine Kingdom token. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Yes. With Lin Yi here, what are we afraid of? Even if the other party is prepared, it will be difficult to escape the domination of the Eye of Oblivion. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang put away the Divine Kingdom token and turned to look at the sea in front of him. Although the Emperor might change the lock and key, it was still necessary to keep this Divine Kingdom token. What if they didn't change it when the time came? Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up the madman and the white-eyed wolf, and rushed toward the sea in front without looking back. For the three of them, as long as they successfully entered the Central Dynasty, it was equivalent to a wild horse with wings. They could soar freely in the vast sky. Who are they? They are so strong. They can even easily defeat Dong Kunshan, who is guarding the entrance and has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 9 strongest laws. I heard Dong Kunshan say before that they are called Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King. Are they the 3 rumored to be doing evil in the 4 great continents? It might be them. They are amazing. These people are too bold. They dare to trespass into our Central Dynasty. Go and inform the Siren King. The sea beasts lurking in the water couldn't help but secretly communicate with each other as they watched the 3 leave. Although Qin Feiyang, Madman, and Madman had just entered the Central Dynasty, they had been fighting against the people of the Central Dynasty in the 4 great continents for many years. So, they were now famous in the Central Dynasty. Half a day passed. This sea is so big. Above a small island. Looking at the boundless sea before them, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 couldn't help but stop and frown. The madman looked up at the sky and said, "The sky is also dark. Is this sea the same as the Forbidden Sea?" "Yes. I haven't tried to open a space-time passage yet." The white-eyed wolf slapped his head and waved his hand, and the law of space-time appeared. Chapter 44:20. However, there was no space-time tunnel in front of them. "I can't open it." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He took out a voice transmission stone and tried to send a message to Qin Feiyang and Madman. There was no response. It's really the same as the Taboo Ocean. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Let me think. The inner demons and Lu Jiajin said that it would take about 3 months to reach the 4 great continents from the Central Dynasty. Although it didn't take long for us to reach the Central Dynasty, it seems to be because we activated 2 wills of the heavens. According to the normal speed, without activating the wills of the heavens and split time, it would take about 1.5 months to cross the Taboo Ocean, which is 45 days. In other words, now that we have entered the Central Dynasty, it would still take 1.5 months to cross this ocean. Madman frowned. I'll go. That means we still need 45 days to truly enter the Central Dynasty. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course. If old Qin activated 2 wills of the heavens and split time, it wouldn't take so long. Madman said. Let's not talk about this first. Go capture a sea beast and read its memory to see the situation of this ocean. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said. Okay. The white-eyed wolf nodded and leaped, disappearing into the ocean below. Boom. Splash. Soon. Terrifying ripples could be felt in the sea. Huge waves also appeared on the surface of the ocean. Not long later, the white-eyed wolf grabbed a mountain-sized walrus and rushed out of the ocean. What are you doing? This is the Central Dynasty, not a place where you can behave atrociously. The walrus roared angrily. Its voice was like a bell, deafening everyone's ears. Seems like you already know our identity. Madman laughed. This walrus only had the cultivation of a perfect ruler. Even if it wasn't trash, it was easy to control. A moment later, Qin Feiyang roughly read the walrus's memory and released it. How is it? Madman and the white-eyed wolf asked. This ocean is called the Kuan-Peng Ocean region. The situation is indeed the same as the Taboo Ocean. But the strength of the beasts in the Kuan-Peng Ocean is Qin Feiyang's introduction. Far. The two were surprised. According to this walrus memory, the Kuan-Peng Sea region is ruled by a divine beast, the Kuan-Peng. Qin Feiyang said. Kuan Madman and Madman looked at each other. Of course, they knew about the divine beast Kuan-Peng. The Kuan-Peng could also transform into a bird. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the ingrate still remembered that Luo Qingzhu and the others also had a Kuan-Peng by their side. But that Kuan-Peng was weak. It wasn't even an adult yet. It is said that this Kuan-Peng is extremely powerful. It has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 9 strongest laws. The most terrifying thing is that it has a pinnacle dominator weapon. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? Pinnacle dominator weapon? Madman and Madman's eyes trembled. After fighting with the Central Dynasty for so long, they had only seen a pinnacle dominator weapon on Dong Qingyuan. Now, this pinnacle dominator weapon had fallen into the hands of the inner demons. In other words, this Kuan-Peng's status in the Central Dynasty was similar to Dong Qingyuan. That's right. Kuan-Peng is one of the most loyal subordinates of the emperor. His status in the Central Dynasty might not be as important as Dong Qingyuan in the eyes of the emperor, but it won't be much worse. Qin Feiyang nodded. No way. We just came to the Central Dynasty and we are already facing such a strong enemy. Madman's mouth twitched. Kuan-Peng is not only strong, but it also has a group of demon emperors under its command. These demon emperors are all experts that have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. The demon emperor that rules this area is called the Sea Python Demon Emperor. Its true form is a sea python and it seems to have mastered the ultimate meaning of the 8 strongest laws. There is also bad news. The sea beasts here have already gone to inform the Sea Python Demon Emperor. Qin Feiyang said. 8 strongest laws. This means that the Sea Python Demon Emperor doesn't have the laws of light and darkness. It seems that it is not worth hunting. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. He didn't care about this bad news at all. You are so careless. Madman rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. How many demon emperors like the Sea Python Demon Emperor does Kuan-Peng have under its command? 10 demon emperors. Qin Feiyang said. 10 demon emperors? That's good. Madman let out a sigh of relief. 10 demon emperors were nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I'm not done yet. There are also a large number of demon kings under the 10 demon emperors. Qin Feiyang said. Demon kings? Madman was stunned. That's right. Each of the 10 demon emperors has 1,000 demon kings under their command. And each demon king has mastered the ultimate meaning of 6 strongest laws. There are even some demon kings who have mastered the ultimate meaning of 7 strongest laws. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. So many. Why didn't the inner demons and Lu Jiajin mention these demon emperors and demon kings? Madman frowned. Each demon emperor has 1,000 demon kings under their command. Then wouldn't all the demon kings under the 10 demon emperors add up to a total of 10,000? In other words, the strength of these sea beasts in the Kuan-Peng Sea region is comparable to a small team of the Death God army. Qin Feiyang said, maybe at that time, they thought that we were only asking about the strength of the Central Dynasty's humans. If that's the case, there must be beasts in the Central Dynasty. As long as there are beasts, there must be beasts. If the sea beasts are so strong, then the strength of the Central Dynasty's beasts must be extraordinary. The white-eyed wolf asked. There are indeed beasts. However, this walrus doesn't know much about the specific situation of the beasts. But there is one thing that is clearly described in the walrus memory. The person who rules the Central Dynasty's beasts is called the Dragon God. His true form is a sky dragon. And this Dragon God status in the Central Dynasty is similar to the Kuan-Peng. Qin Feiyang said. Sky dragon? Madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Isn't the true form of Long Zun and Long Qin also a sky dragon? Moreover, Long Chen's divine soul is also a sky dragon soul. And the Dragon God also has a peak dominator divine weapon. Qin Feiyang said. Damn! Madman exclaimed. The overall strength of the Central Dynasty was beyond his imagination. As expected. He still needed to personally enter the Central Dynasty to fully understand the foundation of the Central Dynasty. Although this walrus memory isn't very valuable, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Dong Qingyuan, the Kuan-Peng, and the Dragon God are all the Emperor's most trusted people. Qin Feiyang smiled as his eyes flashed. What do you want to do? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. What do I want to do? Since Dong Qingyuan, the Kuan-Peng, and the Dragon God are the Emperor's right-hand men, then let's start with them. Qin Feiyang sneered. Good idea. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he bared his teeth. The Kuan-Peng and the Dragon God both have peak dominator divine weapons. As long as we kill them and get their weapons, our strength will increase exponentially. Since that's the case, let's go find the Kuan-Peng before the news of us entering the Central Dynasty reaches the Emperor's ears. Since it's our first time here, let's give the Emperor of the Central Dynasty a gift. The madman chuckled. To kill the Kuan-Peng, we first need to meet the demon emperors of this area. Because only the 10 demon emperors know the whereabouts of the Kuan-Peng. Qin Feiyang said. Then do you know where the nest of the sea python demon emperor is? The madman asked. Yes. The sea python sacred island. It's about half a day's journey from here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the two. He then activated the will of the heavens and the instant of time and flew across the sky like lightning. The so-called half a day's journey was calculated according to his current speed. If he calculated according to his normal speed, it would take at least a few days to reach the sea python sacred island. Half a day later, a huge island stood on the surface of the sea. The island was long and curved. From afar, it looked like a giant python lying on the surface of the sea. This was the sea python sacred island. On one of the mountains. There was a clean and tidy courtyard here. In the courtyard, a feminine-looking young man was sitting on a stone bench. In front of him was a round stone table with an exquisite wine pot on it. The young man was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden robe. His eyes were long and narrow. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. There was only the young man on the entire island. This place was like a forbidden area. Lord Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a sea beast flew over in a hurry. What? Why are you in such a hurry? The young man in golden robe raised his head and looked at the sea beast with dissatisfaction. Lord, bad news, bad news. A subordinate reported that Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged wolf king are coming to our sacred island. The sea beast said in fear. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged wolf king? The young man in golden robe was stunned. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he suddenly stood up and said in surprise, You mean Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged wolf king from the Sky Cloud domain? That's right. It's us. Before the sea beast could speak, a loud laughter rolled over. The young man and the sea beast were startled. They hurriedly looked up and saw 3 figures streaking across the sky at an incredible speed and descending on the island. That's right. It was Qin Fei Yang, Madman, and the white-eyed wolf. Madman glanced at the island and locked his gaze on the sea python demon emperor. He asked curiously, "You are one of the 10 demon emperors under Kuan Peng, the sea python demon emperor?" "That's right. That's me." The young man nodded. Chapter 44:21. The madman looked at the young man for a moment, then looked at the sea beast next to him and laughed. "Your subordinates are quite fast at delivering information. We can't even compare to them when we activate the dual will of the heavenly path and momentary time." "You flatter me. We sea beasts are a little special. We can deliver information through the sea." The sea python demon emperor slowly put down the wine glass and looked at Qin Fei Yang and the other 2. Although he had heard of the 3 of them, it was the first time he saw them in person. He asked, "Are you really Qin Fei Yang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King? How can this be fake? In the entire Divine Kingdom, other than Lu Yuntian, who also has dual will of the heavenly path, who else can come to your sea lion sacred island from the entrance of the Central Dynasty so quickly?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. The sea python demon emperor's pupils shrank and he said in surprise, "How did you enter the Central Dynasty?" One had to know. The entrance of the Central Dynasty was protected by a barrier formed by the power of origin. The only key that could open the passage was the Divine Kingdom token in Dong Kunshan's hand. Moreover, since the history of the Divine Kingdom, no one had ever been able to break into the Central Dynasty. Could it be Dong Kunshan had died in the hands of these people? But that was impossible. The floating island where Dong Kunshan was also protected by the barrier of the power of origin. No matter how powerful Qin Fei Yang and the others were, they couldn't break this barrier. Why was that? Wait, could it be that Dong Kunshan betrayed his master and joined Qin Fei Yang and the others? Your question is a little stupid. How else can we enter the Central Dynasty? We must have walked in openly. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Don't joke with me. Was it Dong Kunshan who let you in? The sea lion demon emperor said angrily. More or less. The white-eyed wolf grinned. This damn thing, how dare he betray our divine kingdom? The sea lion demon emperor clenched his hands. Betrayal? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. He did not explain. Instead, he bared his teeth and said, "One of the 10 great fiend monarchs of the Kuanping Sea region. Let this big brother experience it." You! The sea lion demon emperor looked at the white-eyed wolf contemptuously. Still looking down on us? Don't you know that even Dong Qingyuan, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Lu Yuntian were killed by us? The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. The sea lion demon emperor's eyes darkened. Of course he knew. He had long heard of these things. However, he also knew that the strongest of the 3 was Qin Fei Yang. Make your move. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward, and his aura surged out. The sea lion demon emperor glanced at Qin Fei Yang, and his eyes flashed slightly. He stared at the white-eyed wolf and said, "I never do meaningless things." The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "You mean to raise the stakes?" "That's right. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want with me. But if you lose to me, please get the hell out of the Central Dynasty immediately. Do you dare?" The sea lion demon emperor shouted. So confident. "All right. As long as you can defeat me, not to mention getting the hell out of the Central Dynasty, you can even chop off my head and kick it like a ball." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "You are actually more confident than me?" The sea lion demon emperor was shocked. "Cut the crap, let's start." The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. The 6 ultimate laws were activated, and the will of heaven erupted. "Go and inform the other demon emperors. And the demon kings below, hurry and come over to support me." The sea lion demon emperor secretly instructed the sea beast next to him and activated his ultimate law. When the sea beast heard this, it looked at Qin Fei Yang and the other 2 in fear before turning around and fleeing frantically. "Are you going to find reinforcements?" Seeing this, killing intent surged in Madman's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the sea beast, slapping it with his palm. Roar, with a shrill scream, the sea beast's blood splattered across the sky, and its body was destroyed. You guys, looking at this scene, the sea lion demon emperor was furious. He took a step into the sky and roared, "Hurry and inform the 9 demon emperors to come and support me." Roar. Immediately, loud and clear roars of beasts could be heard from the sea around them. This was a response to the sea lion demon emperor. It's not enough to inform the 9 demon emperors. It's better to let the emperor personally lead the death god army to kill us. The white-eyed wolf grinned, and the 6 ultimate laws charged toward the sea lion demon emperor. Don't worry. There will be such a day. The sea lion demon emperor smiled sinisterly. As the power of law surged out, the 8 ultimate laws appeared, and the will of heaven erupted, exuding the power of destruction. Boom. In an instant, 14 ultimate intents collided. A terrifying wave of destruction surged out in all directions. The island below was turned into ashes on the spot. Puff. The white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. 6 Dao ultimates were no match for 8 Dao ultimates. You dare to challenge me with this little strength? Who gave you the courage? The sea lion demon emperor laughed angrily and waved his hand. The remaining ultimate laws charged toward the white-eyed wolf. Hey! The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and stabilized his footsteps. He grinned at the sea lion demon emperor, and a golden light rushed out from his back. Following that, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. What the hell is this? The sea lion demon emperor was stunned. Despair. As his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf spread his wings, and a golden light flickered. Whoosh. The next moment, he disappeared into the void. What? The sea lion demon emperor's expression changed drastically. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? He couldn't even catch a trace of this person. That's right. These were the white-eyed wolf's wings. His wings were equivalent to a moment of time. In addition, he activated the moment of time. The two overlapped and his speed skyrocketed. In other words, his current speed was equivalent to 2 flashes of time. Courage, of course, comes from my strength. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's voice sounded behind the sea lion demon emperor. The sea lion demon emperor quivered. He didn't even dare to hesitate and threw a punch behind him. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, the white-eyed wolf disappeared again. Why is he so fast? This speed is far beyond the moment of time. Could it be related to the wings on his back? The sea lion demon emperor's face was full of disbelief. You're smart this time. It is indeed related to my wings. The white-eyed wolf's voice sounded again, and it was right next to the sea lion demon emperor's ears. The sea lion demon emperor could even feel the heat from the white-eyed wolf's mouth when he spoke. He didn't even dare to look and threw another punch. However, a fist appeared in front of him and landed directly on his face. Ah, of course, the sea lion demon emperor screamed. His entire face was lacerated and blood flowed out. If you have the ability, don't hide. This situation of being beaten almost drove him crazy. However, before his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf appeared behind him again and slapped him. Accompanied by a cracking sound, in an instant, the bones in the sea lion demon emperor's body were shattered. Bastard! I won't forgive you. The sea lion demon emperor roared. Rays of dazzling golden light roared out of his body like a torrent. The next moment, a monstrous ferocious aura swept through the world. A huge golden sea serpent appeared in the shattered void. This was the sea python demon emperor's body. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long and covered with golden scales. Any one of the scales was bigger than a millstone. Its ferocious aura was monstrous. Especially its eyes. Like 2 large lanterns, they flickered with a cold and gloomy light. A few days later, Dong Yuming came to the entrance. Chapter 44:22. Do you think you can turn the tables just by changing back to your original form? The white-eyed wolf was filled with disdain. It spread its golden wings and activated moment of time. It instantly landed behind the sea serpent. It stretched out its hands and grabbed the sea serpent's tail before smashing it down onto the broken island below. Ah, accompanied by a scream, the sea serpent's head fell to the ground and shattered one peak after another. Its head was bleeding profusely. "I'm going to swallow you alive." The sea serpent roared hysterically. It suddenly raised its head and bent its huge body. It opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs as it pounced on the white-eyed wolf. "Swallow me alive. I'm afraid your appetite won't be able to handle it." The white-eyed wolf laughed. Its body emitted a golden light and instantly turned into a giant wolf. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long. Its fur looked as if it was cast from gold. Its pair of golden eyes were like two suns. Roar! Roar! This was a battle between giant beasts. The white-eyed wolf that had changed back to its original form was even more terrifying. When it spread its wings, it was enough to cover half the sky. Golden-winged Wolf King, this is its original form. The sea serpent was shocked. Although it had mastered more ultimacy than the white-eyed wolf, the pressure that the white-eyed wolf exuded made it almost unable to breathe. This was because the white-eyed wolf had the aura of a supreme beast. Any beast that stood in front of it would have the urge to kneel down and worship it. This aura came from its fighting soul. Sky-swallowing beast. Crash. Rumble. The sacred island below had completely collapsed and was swallowed by the huge waves. The white-eyed wolf's body was like a towering mountain. Although its body had become bigger, its speed was not affected at all. It was even faster than when it was in its human form. This was because regardless of whether it was a beast or a sea beast, its strength would be limited when it was in its human form. As long as it changed back to its original form, it would be able to exert its full combat strength. Bang! 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 The two beasts continued to collide in the sky above the sea. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The destructive aura swept out in all directions. After several hundred breaths of fighting, the white-eyed wolf seized an opportunity and slashed down with its claws. With a cracking sound, the sea python's head was crushed on the spot. Blood sprinkled down, dyeing the sky red. "I've grasped 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, yet I'm still not his match." A golden sea python that was several meters long floated in the collapsed void, its eyes filled with disbelief. This was the sea python's divine soul. From afar, it looked like a baby dragon that had just been born. "Don't you know? In a one-on-one battle, speed is the key to victory." The white-eyed wolf sneered. With a shake of its body, it transformed back into its human form. The clothes on its body were transformed from its golden fur, and its wings were retracted back into its body. These words were not false at all. In a one-on-one duel, the faster one would be able to completely suppress the opponent. Of course, there was a prerequisite to this. They needed to be on par with each other. Although the white-eyed wolf's ultimate enlightenment was less than the sea serpent's, he still controlled the will of the heavenly Tao. No matter how many ultimate enlightenment one had grasped, as long as it was not the ultimate enlightenment of the law of life and death, the strength of the will of the heavenly Tao would be the same. Furthermore, the white-eyed wolf's speed was much faster than the sea serpent's. With the golden wings, it was equivalent to having 2 instant times. This speed was completely crushing. Even if the sea serpent had 9 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, the white-eyed wolf would still be able to win, let alone 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. This was because no matter how many ultimate profundities one had, the white-eyed wolf could easily avoid them. If one's ultimate profundities could not hurt the white-eyed wolf, how could one win? On the other hand, the white-eyed wolf relied on his overwhelming speed to slowly torture one until one was covered in bruises and exhausted. In short, to defeat the white-eyed wolf, 2 people had to join forces. Of course, if the white-eyed wolf activated his battle soul, it would be a different story. Speed, the sea serpent's divine soul muttered as it stared at the white-eyed wolf and roared unwillingly, "How can your speed be so fast? Haha, don't you understand that I'm gifted?" The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. "I can't accept this." The sea serpent was hysterical. To think that he, one of the top 10 demon emperors of the Kunpeng Sea region, had actually lost to a wolf cub? It's not shameful for you to lose to Brother Wolf. Because his strength is enough to crush anyone who has mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. Frenzy laughed. What a joke. It's just that his speed is a little faster. If you have the ability, let him fight with Lord Kunpeng. The sea serpent mocked. Kuan Peng? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. En. The sea serpent was bewildered. Why was it laughing? You still don't know that we came to you for Kuan Peng. Now that you've lost to the white-eyed wolf, you should answer our questions truthfully. Where is Kuan Peng now? Qin Feiyang said. What? They came for Lord Kuan Peng? The sea serpent was shocked and asked, why are you asking about Lord Kuan Peng's whereabouts? It's none of your business. If you don't want us to control you, hurry up and answer. The white-eyed wolf said impatiently. The sea serpent definitely couldn't split his divine soul in advance to save his life because he didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the others could break into the central dynasty. The sea serpent's eyes flickered and sneered, I can tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't dare to go. Don't dare to go. Haha, we even dare to break into the central dynasty. Is there any place that we don't dare to go? The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. All right. Lord Kuan Peng went to Imperial Capital Mountain. If you have the ability, go. The sea serpent sneered. Imperial Capital Mountain? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Imperial Capital Mountain. Qin Feiyang pondered a bit and looked at the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. There is information about Imperial Capital Mountain in the sea elephant's memory. It seems to be where the emperor of the central dynasty lives. What? Where the emperor lives? The two were dazed. What? Are you scared? If you have the ability, go. The sea serpent laughed. So noisy. A trace of anger crept up between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows. With a slap, the sea python immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. More than half of the sea python's originally complete divine soul was annihilated in an instant. It was already in their hands and it still didn't know what to do. Wasn't it looking for trouble? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, send it to the Black Tortoise world and let Long Chen take away its ultimate intent. Take away my ultimate intent. Hearing this, the sea serpent couldn't help but choose to destroy its divine soul. But would Qin Feiyang and the others give it the chance? Of course not. This person had mastered 8 ultimate intents. How could it be wasted? At this moment, the white-eyed wolf sealed the sea serpent's divine soul and then Qin Feiyang sent it to the Black Tortoise world for Long Chen to deal with. However, Qin Feiyang had told Long Chen not to kill the sea serpent. It was still useful. The frenzy frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. He said hesitantly, I'm afraid we can't just kill our way to Imperial Capital Mountain. Definitely not. Maybe the Death God army is also at Imperial Capital Mountain. If we go there directly, it will be like sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? Should we go find that unreliable young man first or continue to hunt the other monster emperors and monster kings in the Kuan Peng Sea region? The white-eyed wolf asked. This young man, we don't have to look for him. Anyway, when it's time to appear, he will naturally appear. Let's hunt the monster emperors and monster kings in the Kuan Peng Sea region first. After all, these monster emperors and monster kings will become a threat to us in the future. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Kuan Peng was not here, so it was a good opportunity to hunt the monster kings and monster emperors here. There's also that second direct family clan. Should we also go and meet them? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Of course. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Wait. Have you forgotten a few people? Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xin, Dong Hanzong. Should we also go and take care of them? The frenzy smirked. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzy in shock. What was this guy thinking? Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xin. They must think that they can avoid us as long as they return to the central dynasty. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they will react when they know that we have broken into the central dynasty. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth, his face full of playfulness. They will probably cry. The frenzy smirked. Dong Tianchen and the other two had all made a blood oath, so as long as the ruler of the divine kingdom did not return, there was no need to worry about them disobeying. As for Dong Hanzong, this person must be taken good care of. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's talk about this later. Now, let's think about how to hunt the monster emperors and monster kings here. Do you still need to think about it? Didn't the sea python monster emperor ask the nearby sea beasts to inform them? We will just sit here and wait. The frenzy smirked. Wait for the hare to appear. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and frowned. Even the 10th team of the Death God army was killed by us. Will these monster emperors and monster kings come to us? That's true. The frenzy mumbled. The members of the 10th team all left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. They must have reported the complete annihilation to the emperor. And the Kuan Peng was now at the imperial capital mountain, so it probably already knew about it. Perhaps, these people were already gathering their army and preparing to come to the Kuan Peng Sea region to encircle them. No. Although they might already know about the annihilation of the 10th team of the Death God army, they definitely don't know that we have already entered the Central Dynasty. As for these sea beasts, although they can spread the news very quickly, it will take some time for them to spread the news that we have entered the Central Dynasty to Emperor Capital Mountain. So, we still have time. But we can't just sit here and wait. We must take the initiative to attack. Kill as many as we can. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf nodded. It was impossible to kill all the monster emperors and monster kings here. They could only kill as many as they could. Chapter 44-23. At the same time, Imperial Capital Mountain. The mountain peaks were towering, and purple clouds were rising. Auspicious beasts were galloping in the mountains. One could tell at a glance that this was not an ordinary place. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the sky like a sharp sword. At the top of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace surrounded by clouds. From afar, it looked like a celestial palace. At this moment, 4 figures were sitting in the main hall. Their faces were blurry, but the aura they exuded was very strong. The void in the main hall was constantly twisting and trembling. Your Majesty, why did you call us all here? Is there something important? The person who spoke was a man in white. His voice was ethereal and gentle, with a hint of elegance. Yes. The emperor sitting above nodded, then looked at another person and said, Dong Qingyuan, tell them. The emperor's voice sounded a little gloomy and terrifying. Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath, looked at the man in white, and said, the members of the 10th team that we sent to the 4 great continents were all wiped out in the Taboo Ocean a few days ago. What? The man in white was shocked. Sitting next to the man in white was a man in green. Hearing Dong Qingyuan's words, he could not calm down. That's impossible. There are 10,000 members of the 10th team. Moreover, Dong Yuming has the origin energy in his hands. Who has the ability to wipe them all out? The man in green said in disbelief. I know you won't believe it, but it's the truth. Dong Qingyuan said. Who did it? The man in white frowned. Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, and Madman Mo. Dong Qingyuan gritted his teeth as if he wanted to swallow the 3 of them alive. It's really them. The man in white and the man in green looked at each other in shock. They had already thought of it before. Because in the 4 great continents, except for Qin Feiyang and the other 2, no one had the guts to go against the Death God army. The 10,000 members of the 10th team. More than 1,000 of them were ambushed by Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and died on the spot. Fortunately, they left their divine souls in advance to save their lives. Dong Qingyuan said. Leaving behind a divine soul in advance. That's fine. I won't die anyway. The white-robed man smiled. They are indeed lucky, but the remaining 8,000 people are not so lucky. They were all captured by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Long Chen used his soul manipulation technique to strip them of all their ultimate profundities. Dong Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly. What? The 2 of them suddenly stood up. If all his ultimate profound meanings were taken away, wouldn't that be the same as becoming a cripple? For an existence at this level, losing their ultimate profound was no different from being a cripple. Dong Qingyuan continued, furthermore, I heard from them that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 intend to barge into our central dynasty. Barging into our central dynasty? They must be dreaming. Do you think that the barrier formed by the origin energy is just a facade? Although the expressions on their faces could not be seen clearly, the mockery in their words could be heard clearly. It's not too early to say. Think about it. How did Qin Batian barge into our central dynasty back then? The emperor finally spoke, and his tone became gloomier. The two of them heard this and their hearts sank. When Qin Batian barged into the central dynasty, it was also far beyond their expectations. Most importantly, they had been looking for Qin Batian's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Right now, there's already Qin Batian who makes people feel like they're sitting on pins and needles. If Qin Feiyang and the other two barge into our central dynasty, wouldn't they turn our central dynasty upside down? That will never be allowed to happen. The emperor's tone was firm. The white-robed man and the young man took a deep breath and returned to their seats. They asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" "That's why I called you here. I plan to mobilize the entire Death God army to encircle them, and you and Dong Qingyuan will personally lead the team," the emperor said. "The entire Death God army? Is that necessary?" The white-robed man was shocked. "Sky Dragon, don't tell me you are still underestimating them. Don't be fooled by their small numbers. Each of them has a heaven-defying method. According to the members of the 10th team, not only Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor's Eye of Despair and Eye of Evil, but even the Eye of Oblivion has appeared," Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. "Eye of Oblivion," the white-robed man fell silent. "In the past, it was because we underestimated them that we fell into their hands again and again. So this time, we must go all out and kill them in the cradle as soon as possible," Dong Qingyuan said. "Okay." Just as the emperor said. The white-robed man nodded. "Also, the Taboo Ocean and the Kuanpeng Ocean border. If Qin Feiyang and the other two really barge into the central dynasty, the Kuanpeng Ocean will definitely become a battlefield. Kuanpeng, you have to let the monster emperors and monster kings down there prepare in advance." The emperor looked at the azure-robed man and said, "Understood." The azure-robed man nodded. "All right, you all get ready and set off immediately. This time, I hope to hear good news from you," the emperor said. The repeated defeats almost made him lose confidence. What about Qin Batian? Are we still going to continue tracking his whereabouts? The white-robed man asked. "Let's ignore Qin Batian for now. It's more important to deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two." The emperor waved his hand. There was a trace of helplessness in his expression. If he could find Qin Batian, he would definitely look for him. But the key was that he couldn't find him now, so he could only deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two first. Several days passed in a flash. In the sky above the ocean, 3 figures streaked across the sky like lightning, heading towards the exit of the central dynasty. These 3 people were Dong Qingyuan, the white-robed man, and the azure-robed man. They had been in the Kuanpeng Ocean for several days and dared not delay the slightest along the way, so they were now deep in the ocean. However, they didn't see anyone from the Death God army. Suddenly, a sea beast jumped out of the water and ran to the azure-robed man, shouting, "Lord Kuanpeng, I finally found you. What's wrong?" The Kuanpeng was shocked. Dong Qingyuan and the dragon god also looked at the sea beast suspiciously. The sea beast hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged wolf king have broken into our Kuanpeng Ocean." "What?" Dong Qingyuan and the other two stiffened. "Did they really break in? When did this happen?" Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. "A few days ago," the sea beast said. The Kuanpeng frowned and said, "How did they break in?" The sea beast said, according to the news from the sea beast at the exit, they got Dong Kunshan's divine kingdom token and walked in openly. "How is that possible?" Dong Kunshan is on the floating island, and the floating island is protected by the barrier of the origin force. No matter how powerful Qin Feiyang and the others are, they can't break the barrier and snatch the divine kingdom token, Dong Qingyuan said angrily. "It's true." The sea beast looked at Dong Qingyuan in fear. The dragon god frowned and said, "Did Dong Kunshan betray our divine kingdom?" No. Dong Kunshan didn't. According to the sea beast at the exit, It seems that a woman used the Eye of Oblivion to control Dong Kunshan. The sea beast said. The Eye of Oblivion, it's the Eye of Oblivion again. Damn it, I won't forgive him. Dong Qingyuan roared. What about Dong Kunshan? The Kuan Peng asked. The sea beast said, it's said that he has been captured by Qin Feiyang. The Kuan Peng's pupils shrank and sighed. Dong Kunshan is definitely hopeless. After falling into Qin Feiyang's hands, how could he possibly survive? The sea beast urged, my lord, don't worry about Dong Kunshan. Hurry up and save the Monster King and Monster King. What do you mean? The Kuan Peng was stunned and looked at the sea beast in surprise. When these three people entered our Kuan Peng Sea region, they immediately found the Sea Python Monster King. I heard that the Sea Python Monster King has fallen into their hands. And these days, they have been crazily hunting down the Monster Kings and Monster Emperors of our Kuan Peng Sea region. Now, at least hundreds of Monster Kings have become souls in their hands. The sea beast said in a deep voice. What? These three little bastards, they're courting death. The Kuan Peng was furious. We can't let them continue, and we can't let them step into the continent of our central dynasty. We must surround them in the Kuan Peng Sea region. Dong Qingyuan said. The dragon god nodded. If these three people really left the Kuan Peng Sea region and stepped into the continent of the central dynasty, the central dynasty would definitely be in chaos. After all, they even dared to kill the Monster Kings and Monster Emperors here. What else did they not dare to do? The Kuan Peng's eyes flashed and looked at the sea beast. Immediately pass down my order. Tell the Monster Kings and Monster Emperors not to confront Qin Feiyang and the other two. Yes. The sea beast nodded and immediately sank into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Immediately, the Kuan Peng looked at Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan understood. He waved his old hand and a group of people appeared in the void in front of him. There were men and women, old and young. But without exception, there was a sword pattern on the chest of their clothes. That's right. They were the members of the Death God Army. Obviously. The Death God Army was hidden in Dong Qingyuan's space divine object. Dong Kuan, Dong Qian, you two lead the 9th team and the 8th team to block the coastline of the Kuan Peng Sea region. You must not let Qin Feiyang and the others leave the Kuan Peng Sea region, Dong Qingyuan ordered. Yes. The two middle-aged men bowed and then looked at the others behind them and shouted, let's go. There were about 20,000 people in this group. As Dong Kuan and the other two gave the order, they immediately turned and swept toward the coast. Phew. Watching the group leave, Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath and looked at the Kuan Peng and the dragon god. He said in a deep voice, this time, we must kill them. The two nodded. Both of them were murderous. Especially the Kuan Peng. His whole body was emitting a murderous aura that could not be dissipated. As soon as they came, they killed the Monster Emperors and Monster Kings under his command. Was this a show of strength? Just wait. The Kuan Peng Sea region will be your burial ground. Chapter 44-24. At the same time. Taboo Ocean. A black figure broke through the air like lightning and landed below the floating island. Dong Kunshan. This person was Dong Yuming. With a gloomy face, he looked at the floating island and shouted. However, there was no response from the island for a long time. Dong Yuming frowned, swept to the top of the void island, and scanned the island. Why is there no one? The small island could be seen at a glance. But he couldn't even find a shadow. Are you from the Central Dynasty? Suddenly, a timid voice sounded below. Dong Yuming looked down and saw a seal emerging from the water, looking at him in fear. Yes. I am the commander of the Death God Legion's 10th team, Dong Yuming. Dong Yuming nodded. The seal immediately prostrated and said respectfully, Sir, I know where Sir Dong Kunshan is. Where is he? Dong Yuming quickly landed in front of the seal and asked. The seal said, he was captured by Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King. He may have met with an accident. What? Dong Yuming's eyes trembled. Dong Kunshan was captured by Qin Feiyang and the other two. How is this possible? This is what I saw with my own eyes at that time. It seems that a woman named Lin Yi opened the eyes of oblivion and controlled Dong Kunshan. The seal said. Lin Yi, eyes of oblivion, this damn woman. As soon as Dong Yuming heard this, he was furious. Because more than 8,000 of his subordinates were captured, it was also related to Lin Yi. Feeling Dong Yuming's anger, the seal trembled. Dong Yuming said in a deep voice, "Where are Qin Feiyang and the others now?" The seal said truthfully, "They got the Divine Kingdom token from Sir Dong Kunshan and then entered the Central Dynasty. I don't know where they are now. Damn it. The Divine Kingdom token fell into their hands." Dong Yuming clenched his hands. Without the Divine Kingdom token, how could he enter the Central Dynasty now? And now, he couldn't contact the people of the Central Dynasty. Could they only stand here and stare? The grievance and anger in his heart almost caused him to collapse. Kuanping Sea region. In the sky above a sea. More than 10 sea beasts fled for their lives. His entire body was drenched in blood. His eyes were also filled with fear. These dozen or so sea beasts were extremely powerful. Because they were all demon kings, grasping the will of the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, they were in an extremely sorry state. The reason was that there were 3 people chasing after them. These 3 people were undoubtedly Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were also covered in blood. However, it was not in their blood. This was because their blood was different from that of ordinary people. Qin Feiyang had purple-gold dragon blood. The white-eyed wolf had golden blood. The madman's blood, on the other hand, contained an extremely evil aura. But now, the bloodstains on their bodies were the same as those of ordinary people. The blood was undoubtedly from the demon kings they had killed in the Kuanping Sea region. Whoosh! With dual wills of the heavenly Tao, coupled with split time, in just a few blinks of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 blocked in front of the dozen or so demon kings. "What do you want?" The dozen or so demon kings stopped and roared in horror and anger. "What else can we do? Of course we want to kill you." The madman laughed. "You'd better restrain yourselves. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the Central Dynasty. Lord Kuanping will not let you go either." The dozen or so demon kings roared in despair. They had already tried their best to escape, but facing Qin Feiyang who had dual wills of the heavenly Tao, no matter how hard they tried to escape, they would be caught. "Are you still counting on Kuanping? It's not that we look down on him, but when he meets us, he can only run for his life." The white-eyed wolf sneered. Clang! The all-evil sword appeared, its sharpness peerless. The dozen or so demon kings were disheartened, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out from their bodies. Self-destruction. The dignified demon kings who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao were actually forced to self-destruct, showing how desperate they were at this moment. "Hey!" The madman bared his teeth. The all-evil sword was like a flash of light as it instantly arrived. Roar! The bodies of the dozen or so demon kings were shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf immediately took action and suppressed their divine souls. The entire process was done in one go without any hesitation. Because they had encountered too many similar situations these days, and at the beginning, a few demon kings had succeeded in self-destructing, causing them to suffer quite a bit, so they definitely would not let such a situation happen again. "How many?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at the sealed divine souls of the dozen or so demon kings and grinned. "Including them, it's exactly 750 demon kings. Not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded. 750 demon kings were equivalent to 750 inheritances of ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Unfortunately, we haven't even found a single demon emperor these days. The madman shook his head. They had been to the lairs of a few demon emperors, but the lairs were already empty. Obviously, they had already heard the news and fled. Suddenly, the divine soul of one of the demon kings looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and said in horror, "Don't kill us, we have a piece of news that we can tell you." "What news?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned and looked at the demon king suspiciously. "What are you doing? Are you going to betray everyone?" When the other demon kings heard this, they immediately looked at the demon king and shouted. The Demon King said gloomily, "Now, we can't even save our own lives, why do we still care so much?" The other Demon Kings glared at him. "Shut up. Do you believe that I will deprive you of your ultimate mysteries right now and destroy your souls?" The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely, and the group of Demon Kings were instantly terrified. Then, the white-eyed wolf looked at the Demon King and asked, "Speak, what news? You have to promise me to let us go first." The Demon King said, "Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with us now?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. The Demon King's gaze trembled. "If you don't say it now, after you are controlled by Long Chen's soul-controlling technique later, you will still say it. So I advise you to be sensible. Maybe we will really let you go when we are in a good mood." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Okay, I'll say it. These days, we have received news from the 9 Demon Kings one after another. They asked all the Demon Kings to gather at Kuanpeng Divine Island. The Demon King said, "Kuanpeng Divine Island?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. Kuanpeng Divine Island is where Lord Kuanpeng lives. It is located in the northwest of the sea. The Demon King said, "Why do they want you to gather at Kuanpeng Divine Island?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. "Because they all know that no one is your match in a one-on-one fight, so they want everyone to go to Kuanpeng Divine Island. This way, even if we are found by you, we can join forces to deal with you." The Demon King finished in one breath and looked at the 3 of them pitifully, asking, "Can you let me go now?" "Yes, of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded and grinned. "However, you have to bring us to Kuanpeng Divine Island first." These Demon Kings were quite smart. They knew how to team up. "What? You still want to go to Kuanpeng Divine Island?" The Demon King's eyes trembled. These 3 people were too bold, weren't they? They knew that the 9 Demon Kings and Demon Kings were gathered at Kuanpeng Divine Island, but they still wanted to go there. Were they really not afraid of death? Calm down, calm down. Isn't it exactly what we want them to gather at Kuanpeng Divine Island? We can catch them all in one go. The white-eyed wolf laughed. "What?" The Demon King's eyes trembled. Catch all the Demon Kings and Demon Kings in one go? Wasn't this tone a little too arrogant? You should know that there are only 3 of you. There were a total of 10,000 Demon Kings in the Kuanpeng Sea region. Even now, you have killed 750 Demon Kings and there are still more than 9,000 Demon Kings. This was not including the 9 Demon Kings. You want to catch all of them in one go with such a terrifying lineup? Are you dreaming? The other Demon Kings also looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. He really dared to say that. You've never seen the world. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Demon Kings in disdain and turned to Qin Feiyang. He urged, "Little Qin Zi, hurry up. There are more than 9,000 Demon Kings and 9 Demon Kings. This is another rich treasure." Treasure? The Demon Kings were dumbfounded. These people really wouldn't stop until their words shocked people to death. Demon Kings and Demon Kings were actually treasures in their eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He sent the other Demon Kings to the Black Tortoise realm and handed them to Long Chen. The remaining demon monarch's true form was a sea lion. Seeing that his companions were sent to the Black Tortoise realm, the sea lion Demon King couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he cooperated obediently. Otherwise, he would definitely be like the other Demon Kings. "Lead the way." Qin Feiyang smiled. Over there, the sea lion Demon King shuddered and hurriedly pointed in the northwest direction. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the madman and the white-eyed wolf. He activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and tore through the sky like lightning. As for the sea lion Demon King's soul, it had been suppressed by the white-eyed wolf.